This meeting is being recorded.
Okay, got it.
No one else is waiting.
Okay. I have 19. Did you clean it out?
Yeah, there's no one else.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. We are going to start in a few minutes. We're trying to do a few cleanup. Okay, you fix it? Okay, I'm good. All right, good evening, everybody. Welcome to Nigerian American Political Forum. This is our second Zoom meeting. We will have Honorable Frank Nweke, APGA candidate for Enugu State Governorship 2023 election. We will dialogue with him, share information, share knowledge, and allow him to tell us what he will do for us. In the same format that we used, I have two co-moderators. And let me introduce them. Ladies first. I have Dr. Mrs. Amaka Odu. Amaka, say something to our audience. Unmute Amaka. Unmute yourself. Okay. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. My name is Dr. Amaka Odu. It's my pleasure to be with everyone here this evening to welcome our host and to clearly understand his path forward for Enugu State as he runs for governorship.
Yes, thank you, Amaka. Another co-host is Professor Vitus Ozoke. Is going to be one of the co-hosts today. So, Prof, say something to the audience.
What time is it? Good afternoon and good evening, I guess. And welcome to this very important forum. Just like Igede has said, we're expecting one of the good candidates for our dear state of Enugu. So we're looking forward to it. Hopefully we get to learn a few things that we didn't know before now. So happy to be here.
All right. We're expecting our special guest, the candidate for APGA, in the next 10, 15 minutes. Why we did not start very early is that unfortunately, fortunately, this Zoom was posted in the open forum and it attracted a lot of people that are not supposed to be here. So we didn't want to have the distraction. So we spent some time to really scrutinize the names that we admit. Okay, all right. So moving forward, I will like Dr. Mrs. Amaka Odu to tell us something about the organization that is arranging this, Nigerian American Democracy Institute. Just briefly tell us what it is about. Then Professor Ozoke will read us the ground rule on how our modus operandi, how we'll operate today. So go ahead, Dr. Mrs. Amaka.
Thank you so much once more. I got a message that gubernatorial candidate, Mr. Nweke, has been trying to log in. Can you tell her to check?
Yes, that's what I was trying to get attention to talk about, because the vice deputy of Nweke is trying to log in, but Dr. Edith Ugwany is not being allowed.
Yeah, we're gonna get them in now in a few minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. If I raise my hand, I'm going to put it down, probably for that.
Yeah. Who is? Oh.
Can you meet Jerry, please? Mr. Jerry, can you meet yourself?
All right, we don't have anybody in the waiting room as at now. Are they? What is the name they have? Because we know we stopped.
Okay, Prof, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Dr. Edith Ugwany, number one, and they're setting Ogo Bishop, some lady. They just told me now.
That's their names?
Yes.
Okay. All right. What do we have in the waiting room?
I'm going to make a quick call real quick.
Galaxy One? Somebody's in Galaxy One? You took them out? Please, can you guys give us a few minutes? Let's sort this out. We're trying to get in our special guest in. It looks like they came in with an unidentifiable. Okay.
Galaxy may be the name of the phone they're using.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to see, Jerry, if you can get the name that they are using to come in, because I see Ugwuanyi Godwin is already in.
Okay.
Justice Nwobodo is already in.
Okay, that person is Ogo Bishops. OGO, then a name Bishop. Let me look at it.
Yeah, so if you can send a message to them so that we know.
They are calling on a telephone.
Okay. Because everybody we don't have anybody in the waiting room now.
Hello? Hello?
There's no one. Nobody's in.
Hello? Hello?
Okay, our candidate is here. Our candidate is here. And okay. I think we can proceed. Since our candidate is here, we can proceed. Dr. Mrs. Amaka, just tell us a little bit about the organization. Then we will hear from Professor Zoke about the rules of engagement tonight.
Thank you so much once again, and good evening if you're calling from Nigeria, and good afternoon if you're here in the United States. Nigerian American Democracy Institute has our role is simple, just like the name says. We sensitize Nigerians to participate in political process in Nigeria. And those of us in the United States, we also sensitize them to participate in political process in the United States. This is because when we participate, we're able to make our voices heard, and everyone's voice is important. We are non-partisan, non-profit, and also non-governmental. Our members span from the 36 states in Nigeria, including the Federal Capital Territory. We also have members from the 50 states all over America and also the District of Columbia. Our promise is very simple: to be at the forefront of 1, democracy advocate, and 2, free and fair elections. Our focus is good leadership, good governance, and advocacy. And this Zoom meeting is an ongoing event that we've been holding for every gubernatorial candidate in Enugu. We intend to expand beyond Enugu and possibly the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Welcome today, and I hope today we'll be able to learn a lot more about one of our gubernatorial candidates in Enugu. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amaka. Thank you very much. All right, let's hear from Professor Ozoke. Share with us the rules that will guide us today.
Okay, guys. The rules are simple. They're just simple rules of the road. Being an online format, we have a limit to how much we can control you because you're operating from the privacy of your homes or wherever you're logging in from. But we want to appeal to you to please behave yourself, cooperate with us. We have something we want to achieve. And we believe that we can do that with your cooperation. Please stay muted. Do not unmute yourself unless you've been approved to say something. It would be nice if everybody kept their videos on so we could see people's faces. But if for any reason you couldn't do that, that's also fine. If you have any questions, please raise your hand, and there's a way you do that. Use the reaction button. Go to reaction at the bottom of your screen, select raise hand. You do that, and somebody, one of the moderators, would recognize you when it is your turn to say something. And when you're done asking your question or making any comment on the basis of which you raised your hand, please go back and put down your hand. Otherwise, your hand will stay permanently raised. And when it comes to question time, please just ask a question. Do not spend an awful lot of time making comments. We want our guest speaker, who is a candidate for the coming election, to be the one answering questions. All right. I think the rules are just easy behavior. We're all adults, and we expect that everybody will behave themselves and will be fine. Once again, welcome to this event.
Thank you, Professor Zoke. Just a few comments. We do have invited co-hosts. The invited co-hosts are basically to people that have been in the United States for decades and have enjoyed what I consider a better democracy than what we have now in Nigeria. So from time to time, I will call on them to give us like a 3-minute speech, advice how we can get it better in Nigeria based on their experience here in the United States. And the basic format for this is that we will introduce the candidate. The candidate will speak to us, for some time, 20, 30, 40 minutes, depending. Then we will open the floor for questions. And the questions is the way you raise your hand. We pick 3 people to ask questions, then we allow the candidate to address all the questions. If there is any question the candidate missed, one of the moderators will remind the candidate. And after the questions, then we will now open it up for discussion, and finally we'll have a vote of thanks. Okay. So is our candidate here, Honorable Nweke? Can you unmute yourself?
I think you'll be coming in by 8.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Please kindly call me Frank.
Okay, you're here already. Good.
He's here.
Good.
Yes, I am, sirs. I am. Well, kindly call me Frank, please, if you don't mind. Just address me as Frank. I would appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Okay, good. All right, you're very welcome. We will introduce our special guest, and I will mute myself. Nana, go ahead and do that.
He was born in Lagos to the family of His Royal Highness Frank Nweke of Isiozola, Nkanu West Local Government Area of Enugu State in September 18th, 1965. He holds a Bachelor's of Technology degree in Zoology from the Federal University of Technology, Yola. He also holds a Master's in Public Administration from the University of Maiduguri. He attended the Harvard Kennedy School of Government, where he obtained a second master's degree in Public Administration and a certificate in Strategic Management. He is an Edward S. Mason Fellow and alumnus of Aspen Institute, Colorado. Until recently, he was a senior visiting fellow of the Lagos Business School and a member of the faculty, the School of Politics, Policy, and Governance, SPPG, Nigeria, where he lectured on ethics and values. His political career and experience started when he was commissioned as a resident consultant of the Enugu State government on developing and planning and general public sector reforms. He was appointed Enugu State Coordinator of the Community County Council. In June 2001, he was appointed to the position of Chief of Staff to the Governor of Enugu State. In 2003, he was appointed Federal Minister in Intergovernmental Affairs and Special Duties. In 2005, he was appointed Minister of Information and National Orientation, and then Minister of Information and Communication, an office that he occupied until May 2007. He is the APGA governorship candidate of Enugu State in the 2023 election. He is described as an ethical, exemplary, and proven leader with 2 decades of demonstrated success in high-level career roles spanning from the public, private, and civic sectors. He is a 2-time Federal Minister of Nigeria and former Director General of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group. On behalf of the Nigerian American Democracy Institute and its subsidiary, Nigerian American Political Forum, we welcome Honorable Frank Nweke to our Diaspora Zoom meeting.
Thank you, Nena. Thank you for the introduction. Honorable Nweke, you are welcome to the Diaspora Zoom meeting. You will have the floor. Tell us what you have for us. You have as much as 30 minutes or more to do that. And I'm we're gonna have everybody muted while he speaks. Then after that, we'll move to the next this thing. Welcome, Honorable Nweke.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, and thank you to Nena.
Great.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you to Nena for that beautiful rendition of an abridged version of my profile. There's just a slight error. I wasn't born in Lagos. I was born in Kano, Nigeria. So you should just take note of that. Apart from that, excellent presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you. With your kind permission, I'd like to let me just start by saying thank you and express my great pleasure in being here, having the opportunity to address all of you. You know, I am really excited about my candidacy and my participation in the 2023, forthcoming 2023 elections. But I'm even more excited by the fact that all of you in the diaspora are truly engaged in this entire, election cycle and then in the entire democratic process. And I'm excited again because even though you're all out there, that you look back home. You have interest in what is going on back home. And so I have looked forward to today, and I'm really excited to participate, and I look forward to what I believe will be an exciting session tonight. With your kind permission, I'd like to share my screen. I have about 6-7 slides I'd like to talk you through. And after that, I'll be happy to take your questions.
I'll mute myself.
Thank you so much. So do I have permission to share my screen? Okay.
Let me do that, yeah. Share the entire. Hold on. Just give us a few minutes. We did put a lot of security stuff, so we're trying to unravel it so that you'll be able to share the screen.
No, that's very well.
Okay, go ahead. You can share the screen now.
Okay.
Is he muted? No. Is he muted? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, sir.
Okay, good. You can. I think you can share the screen now. Great.
You all see can you all see my screen?
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. There's just a couple of slides, and I'm going to talk you through this very briefly. And like I said, after that, I'm very happy to take your questions. 1 second. I'm just praying that the broadband connection would hold through the entire presentation. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Prof. Can you confirm that you can all see my screen, please?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much again. So I'm just going to start by introducing myself, starting with my education career. And I'm pleased to inform you that I started my education career in Lagos, Nigeria, St. Paul's Catholic Church primary school in Lagos, and then up to primary 5. And then I went on to Maiduguri when my parents moved there. My late father took an early retirement with National Cash Register, an American company where he worked from the 60s up till the Civil War, and then again up till 1976 when he took a franchise and moved to northern Nigeria. And I completed my primary education at Shirgabai Primary School in Maiduguri. I went on to Federal Government College, Maiduguri, from 1977 to 1982, and subsequently to the Federal University of Technology in Yola, where I finished from in 1989. I also took a first master's degree at the University of Maiduguri, Nigeria, finished that in 1997, and then subsequently to the Harvard Kennedy School of Government, where I took a second master's degree. I've also attended a series of executive programs, both at Harvard, the Aspen Institute, and then a few other things in Southeast Asia. In terms of my work career, I have broken this into 3 major tranches in my time as a public servant, or my role as a public servant. And I first was invited to government in 1999 by the Enugu state government. And my first job was consultant to government on economic affairs. And shortly afterwards, in 2000, I was appointed coordinator of the Enugu State Community County Council. The Community County Council was a community leadership initiative focused on poverty alleviation for rural communities. And in that capacity, I traveled around the then 209 communities in Enugu State, where I was setting up what we call community development committees. The idea at the time was to see how we could engage rural communities in actually governance at that level, and then to better help government manage their needs. I was subsequently appointed Chief of Staff to the Governor of Enugu State. And in 2003, I was nominated as a minister, a federal minister. And my first portfolio was as Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs and Special Duties. And then subsequently as Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs, Youth Development, and Special Duties. I was in that role for about a year and a half. And then I was again redesignated Minister of Information and National Orientation, and subsequently Minister for Information and Telecommunications. Now, in the course of my career, I've also, operated in the social and economic sector, civic sector, basically. And so when I left the cabinet in 2007, I went back to school. That was when I came to the Harvard Kennedy School to take a second master's degree. And as I finished from the Harvard Kennedy School, I was again interviewed for the position of the Director General of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, which is Nigeria's foremost private sector-led think tank, and I was there for 5 years. In the course of that time as well, or subsequently, I also acted as a chairman of the advisory board of iCreate Africa, which is actually a skills promotion initiative, which just sought to encourage the adoption of skills as a way of encouraging young people to focus on skills development rather than on courses which may sound nice to the ears, but it's not able to put food on the table. I'm also the chairman of the advisory board of malaria child and maternal mortality eradication, and then co-founder of Nzuko Labs in Enugu, Nigeria, where together with a few Igbo patriots and colleagues and friends of mine, we sought to really draw attention to the mainstream technology needs in Southeast Nigeria. In all the roles that I played in the course of my career, the ones that brought me great, I mean, they've all brought me great joy, but the ones that I really, really love is my role as a teacher. I'm also co-chair of an initiative called the Fix Politics Initiative, where together with Obi Ezekwesili, Alero Otobo, Professor Remi Shonaya, and a host of others, we came together to really look at the state of our democracy, the state of our polity, the state of our development. And we thought that it was not, enough for us to wring our hands, in despair, that we should think about it. And that initiative was anchored on a research carried out by Obi Ezekwesili in Berlin at the Bosch Institute in Berlin, and which subsequently birthed the Fixed Politics Initiative in Nigeria. And on the basis of that, we have established a school called the School for Policy, Politics, and Governance. And just a week ago, last Saturday, we had the great honor of graduating our second batch of students. And if I have opportunity in the course of our conversation, I'm also happy to talk some more about that school. Until recently, I was a senior visiting fellow at the Lagos Business School. I've had to take a leave of absence because of my partisan interest. And from time to time, I'm invited to lecture at the National Institute of Policy and Strategic Studies in Jos, which is the highest institution for the training of high-level senior civil servants, drawn from both the bureaucracy, the federal and state bureaucracy, private sector, the military, the Navy, and even foreign governments also send their high-level staff there as well. So I go there to teach from time to time. I'm also an entrepreneur. So I have business interests in construction, in fintech, in media, an interest I developed during my time as Minister for Information and Communication, and then also petrol. I'll be happy to talk some more about this, depending on how the questions go. And so I'd like to tell this audience why I am running. And I think this is really, really important to me because, when I decided to run, one of the first things I did was to really, really ask myself if I wanted to do this. And I really needed to answer that question to myself. I also had to take the personal decision to write my sons. I have 3 sons, and I had to write them a letter because I believed that I needed to really share my thoughts with them and let them know what I'm going into, how it could affect our time together, our relationship, and what it would take us as a family to really do this. And so one of the reasons I'm running is because, like some of you, which I think this is what fuels your interest in what is going on back home at this time, both at the state level and the national level, because I'm really tired about the state of affairs in our country. I'm tired about what is happening in Enugu in particular. I'm ashamed, truly, truly so. But more importantly, I was just tired of complaining. Really tired of complaining. I also came to this party, started to run because I believe that my nurture, my education, my exposure, and all the experience that I've had in public service and other leadership roles sort of has prepared me to provide, to be able to serve. The last but not the least is the fact that I truly believe that as Igbos, the entire Nigeria faces an existential threat. But I think that from an Igbo perspective, Igbos more than any other ethnic group face the greatest existential threat. So there is internally what I call our inability to manage ourselves, but there's also the external factor, which cannot be discountenanced, the deliberate profiling of our people, and my strong belief that we are the ones, not anyone else, that must take responsibility for managing our part of the country, but more importantly, for articulating a strategy and creating a platform for us to be able to engage the rest of Nigeria, just like other groups have done for themselves and by themselves over the past years, and in particular since our return to the current democratic experience. Yesterday, I had the great privilege of addressing about 3,000 people who very kindly gathered to listen to me, share my agenda, and also my manifesto. And because I like us to spend more time discussing the issues, taking the questions, I'm happy to share with you the 7 key thrusts of the manifesto, which I presented to them yesterday. And the first aspect of my manifesto, which is really critical, is leadership. I believe that everything rises and falls with leadership, whether it is at the family level or at the community level, whether it is at the corporate level or in the education sector, wherever it may be. No matter how small the organization is, if you fail to provide the right leadership in your family, we can only invite disaster. There's no way that you can expect to make progress if you don't really provide the right leadership. But more than anything else, it's not as though leadership exists even in our state today. But I'm also concerned that we should talk about, trust in leadership, transparency in leadership, honest leadership, a leadership that actually understands what service is about, that leadership is about service. That is the only reason why you exist as a governor, as a president, as a minister, and nothing else. And I'd like to share with you a quote from the Venerable Chinua Achebe, taken from a book or a pamphlet he wrote in 1982, The Trouble with Nigeria, where he said that there is nothing wrong with the Nigerian climate or air or anything else. He said at the time that the Nigerian problem is the unwillingness or inability of its leaders to rise to the responsibility, to the challenge of personal example, which is the hallmark of true leadership. And he went on to say that Nigeria is not beyond change, that the country can change today if she discovers leaders who have the intellect, the vision, the strength of character, and personal discipline. And this is where the diaspora come in. He said, it is the duty of enlightened citizens to lead the way in their discovery and to create an atmosphere conducive to their emergence. And that is why I'm happy to really doff my hat to all of you and to thank you that no matter the outcome of these elections for me, the fact that you have all come together as a body to interrogate, to look into the candidates, to speak to the candidates who have emerged on the various platforms, it gladdens my heart. And it just shows that in several ways, in spite of the challenges we face, that we're making some progress. The second key aspect of my agenda is what I term governance. The governor cannot govern alone. The governor must assemble a team, not just any team. It has got to be a solid team, a team that has the education, that has the exposure, a team that is ethical, a team that has the fear of God, a team that is disciplined. And having assembled them, you must also have the discipline to actually allow the institutions of government to function. If there was no need for this bureaucracy, the governance bureaucracy, I believe it would not have been created. So you have ministries, you have parastatals, you have departments, you have units across the length and breadth of various levels of government. Governance must be allowed to work. The bureaucracy must be allowed to work. But you must assemble an A team, especially at this time that we face significant challenges in our development and in our economy, in our social sector, in our polity, is really critical. The third aspect of my agenda is security. And I'm happy to say to to you that, and I hope you'll agree with me, that security is everything. It's everything. There's no kind of development, no kind of activity, meaningful activity can be carried out or can be carried on or can take place in an atmosphere of insecurity. Tomorrow is Monday. Enugu, like most parts of the Southeast, will be shut down. And it's been ongoing this way for at least 9 months. On some occasions, Tuesday is so declared as sit-at-home day by non-state actors. This is not acceptable, and I'm happy to expatiate my thoughts about security, what can be done. The fourth aspect of my agenda is human capital development. And under this, talking about education across levels. I'm talking about healthcare. I'm talking about vocational training. I'm talking about technical training. And I'm happy again to expatiate on all of these things. I'm talking about the STEAM curriculum, the need to review our curriculum across sectors. It is critical, both at the primary and also at the secondary level. The fifth aspect of my agenda is what I have termed economic transformation. How do we get this economy working again? I don't know how many of you have seen the most recent publication by Budget. Budget is a social enterprise that is focused on transparency in governance. Just 3 days ago, they released their latest report. In terms of GDP, Enugu is third from the bottom. Even states like Zamfara and Kebbi and the rest of them are ahead of us. Ebonyi is 18th, if I recollect the statistics correctly rather, and Enugu is third from the bottom. The sixth aspect of my agenda is the environmental sustainability and infrastructure development. Enugu, if you look at the most basic infrastructure, roads, Enugu has become the pothole capital of Nigeria. I'm sure you come home regularly, or even if you don't, you have dependents, you have family, you have parents or sisters or brothers that live here. And so they can talk to you. They can share their thoughts. If you are approaching Enugu from Ugonyama, the first thing that greets you as you come into this beautiful state is actually the waste dump, which has been relocated to that axis. This is what welcomes you. And because of poor leadership, you find trucks of refuse dumped right on the express road. If you doubt me, please, have any of your dependents, friends, associates, let them take a phone out there tomorrow morning and film for you what is going on right in the middle of the freeway at Ugonyama. That is the first thing that confronts you as you come into the city. Now, this is not acceptable, and I believe that it can be dealt with. And I'm happy to share with you my initial thoughts on environmental sustainability and infrastructure. Technology and innovation, an area that is very dear to my heart, because of the fact that we're in the 21st century, but the tremendous opportunity that it holds for the transformation of our economy, for the employment of young people, for innovation, and for the opportunity or potential that it holds to enable us to tackle some of our most pressing problems. I believe that we can deploy technology successfully to resolving our security problems. I believe that we can deploy technology in resolving our unemployment issues. I believe that we can deploy technology in managing our taxes, managing our finances. I believe we can deploy technology in managing our water challenges. There's so much that we can do. And so these are the key thrusts of my manifesto, which I presented yesterday. The details of this manifesto can be found on my website, www.frank.nweke2.com. And so, having said this, let me also put a caveat. This manifesto is also a work in progress. Whilst we try to consult different stakeholders in the course of piecing it together, I cannot honestly say to you that it is complete. And so, when we receive superior ideas, superior suggestions, I am happy, my team is happy to really look at this critically and incorporate it where feasible, because at the end of the day, we just want the best ideas. We want the best opportunity to really achieve what we want, which is the progress of our people. And so please, in the course of this interaction, if you have suggestions, please be very kind enough to share us. We welcome it with open hearts, because we know that, two good heads, they say, are better than one, but multiple brilliant heads, especially those of you with the amount of education and exposure that you have, I believe that we're able to really learn a lot from you. At the end of the day, it is for the progress of our state. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I think this will be all. Okay, sorry, I'm sure that, sorry. Now, some of you will be interested to know, how do we intend to fund and implement this plan? Some thought also went into this. Well, let me also say, like I said before, please, if you have other ideas, if you have, constructive ideas and thoughts about this, I am happy to receive them, consider them, and incorporate them. I claim no monopoly of knowledge. I do not believe that one can possibly contemplate everything that could possibly be needed in the governance of a state. But at least the fact that one has devoted some time to even think and to share his thoughts, I hope that you also appreciate this. One of the things I believe that has plagued our state, especially in the last 7 years, is the profligacy, what I consider to be corruption and significant leakages in government, outright stealing in some cases. And so a critical approach to really mobilizing funds is to cut the waste, cut expenses, block the leakages in government expenditure. The second thing is that we must deploy accountability methodologies and technology to fight corruption and ensure judicial use of funds. I believe that if we're able to really digitize some of our operations, government services, whether it is in the hospitals, whether it is the management of our taxes, whether it is at the licensing offices, whether it is in payment of utilities, this will go a long way in mitigating the leakages that we'll find in government and on the basis of which corruption thrives. I would also deploy extensively what I've addressed, what I choose to call a market systems approach for government funding. So we know that as recent as 25 years ago, 1999, there were less than 500,000 telephone lines in Nigeria. By simply opening up the sector, putting the right policies in place, putting the right regulatory framework in place, opening up the sector, government subsequently did not need to put any money there beyond funding the regulators. In fact, the funding for the regulators, that ministry was under me, the Ministry of Communications, actually comes from the taxes deducted from the players in the sector, MTN, Airtel, Nine Mobile, and other companies that enjoy value-added services in the telecom sector. So the public-private partnership is one area that I would leverage considerably, because once the right set of policies are in place, once you can provide security and other things, there are private sector enterprises that are happy to operate and to pick up the bills, whilst the citizens can enjoy the services and government maintains regulatory oversight. Now, I had the privilege of heading the Nigerian Economic Summit Group for years, and it was a Nigerian Economic Summit Group was a public-private partnership, through which the private sector engaged the public sector extensively. And with every sense of modesty, I believe that in the 5 years that I was in charge, we engaged intensely. We helped to shape policy. We helped to attract businesses into Nigeria. We helped to broker a lot of deals between Nigerian companies and some of the some other companies, some global corporations. We helped to do a lot of this. And so in those 5 years, I established a very wide range of very strong network across Nigeria's business sector. And as governor, I'll be leveraging a lot of these relationships. I'm also talking about multilateral funding, and this multilateral funding is easily obtainable once you can show clearly that you have a clear plan and that the policy environment is clear. We will also, once you're able to show again that you have the regulatory framework in place, I believe that multilateral agencies, whether it is the DFID, whether it is USAID, whether it is the World Bank, they are happy to really support states, especially reform-focused states in Nigeria. This is one area that one has extensive experience, starting from my the early parts of my career, when I was state coordinator of the Community County Council in Enugu, and then also as chief of staff, governor of Enugu State. Now, the big one is, I know most of you have spent so much time out there in America and other parts of the world. You are highly educated, you're highly experienced, you have acquired expert skills in different aspects of human endeavor. And I know that a lot of you are desirous to come home. I also know that a lot of you have access to venture capital. A lot of you have access to big corporations who are happy to get things done in Africa because of the size of this market and because of the significant population that we have. But a lot of you are constrained because the right environment does not exist. The right security environment is absent. I also believe that the right policy environment is absent in some cases. And even as I prepare this contest, I've met some of you who told me clearly what their experiences have been, less than optimal experience they've had, and all sorts of malfeasance that attended, their desire or their requests to actually, set up businesses here. I also therefore believe that we can attract a lot of investment to Enugu by improving the ease of doing business through a proposed Enugu State Investment Promotion and Protection Agency, and SIPA. The other thing I'm going to do very strongly as part of my effort to raise this class is that we're not going to take a shot in the dark. And what do I mean by this? It is impossible, I do not think it is wise for one to sit back, say, in the city of Enugu and begin to, speak to things that you want to do in communities in the state without involving them. And that is where the Community County Council experience comes in. That was what we intended to achieve by establishing the community development committees. And since I left government in 1999, that sector has not exactly functioned the way that it was first envisaged. And since it formed a very important part of my early career, it is an area that I'm going to activate very, very strongly. Because in the time that I chaperoned the Community County Council, I learned a lot. We're also able to really engage our people, mobilize them to participate, but also to contribute to governance. And so if this is sustained through very strong policy framework this time around, I believe that we have opportunity to actually mobilize significant funds at that level. Now, one of the areas that is bedeviling growth and development in our state is the area of multiple taxation. And so we're going to reduce, we're going to simplify, and we're going to harmonize state taxes. Because if investors are unable to really anticipate well in advance what they can expect in terms of taxes, if small and medium enterprises and the micro enterprises are not allowed or are overburdened with multiple taxation, it's going to be a problem. So my take is simplify it, reduce it, and then encourage consistency. But more importantly, undertake activities and actions and programs which will encourage people to believe that here and see that whatever taxes accrue to government, that government uses these taxes for their benefit in an open, transparent, and honest manner. The last but not the least is that I will create a Bureau of Federal Liaison. And I will speak to this from my experience. When you have representatives in the National Assembly, yes, their primary responsibility is to make laws for the entire state. But there's another responsibility they have, which is critical and which we have not leveraged fully. And that is the opportunity that our representatives in the Senate, in the House of, in this Federal House of Representatives have to really ensure that some of our most pressing needs receive federal allocations. And so the quality of people that go out there is important, but also the way and manner that a state governor goes about marketing the state, the level of engagement at the federal level across ministries, across sectors is also critical. I think that my background coming out of the federal cabinet, traversing about 4 ministries over a 4-year period, and then again, my language power, speaking the 3 major languages, would come in very handy, irrespective of who emerges as president at the federal level, to really help to ensure that Enugu receives its fair share of federally accruable revenue, and then federally funded projects. And in the course of my presentation, in our interaction, I hope I can speak about water, some of the things that I have done in the past under the water sector, but also the opportunities that exist there to open up new water schemes in Enugu. So on this note, I believe that I'm happy to take questions. Thank you so much for your patience. I hope I haven't bored you too much, but I'm happy to take your questions now. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Nweke. You really you did some good work. We will not applaud you yet. Okay, the questions will come from people raising hand, but I'm not seeing anybody raise hand. Okay, I see the Lichuku O. Okay, let me make a few comments. One thing that is very, very similar about the 4 top governorship candidates are that all of you are from PDP. And I'm sure 3 of you will have problem with the PDP performance. Also, you have moved to other parties. And during the PDP 23 years or 20-something years, you were part of it before you moved to another party. So that similarity, I want to recognize that. There will be some questions that will come later from that. Okay, so the question format we will do is we're going to take 3 questions. Then you will respond to all the questions of the 3 individuals that ask question. Then we take another 3 individuals until we go around. So I have, how many people here? I have Chukwuemeka Oloka. I have Chodi. Then I have Chubike Mbori. Okay, 3 of you unmute yourself, and Chukwuemeka Oloka start. After you, Chodi. After Chodi, then Chibike. Okay. Chukwuemeka, unmute yourself. Can you hear me?
See if you can ask him.
I can't see him. Chukwuemeka, can you hear me?
Yes.
You hear me
Yes.
from there?
Press his name, ask him to unmute.
Press his name. Maybe he's not there. All right, let's move to the next person, Chudi. Chudi, unmute yourself and ask the question.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Frank, and good to be here to share the same space with you. My question, just a quick one, and thank you for yesterday. The manifesto presentation actually went well, and I agree with most of the points that you shared, and you shared tonight as well. But as a young person, I've met you in person as well. As a young person, one of the things that struck me was, the phrase in there, the density of tertiary institutions in Enugu, and we haven't, as a state, been able to harness the or leverage that density. So my question is, if you can, well, not necessarily a question, but if you can really delve into it. Hello? Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Right. Okay. My question is if you can really delve into it a bit in terms of strategy, how you intend to go about ensuring that we have a plan in place to attract, recruit, and retain graduate professionals coming from this tertiary institutions, education institutions. And my focus is primarily on health and tech. So have you got a plan in place to ensure that these graduate professionals that are graduating and then, you know, going out to other states and even out of the country for greener pastures, that we have a plan in place to actually, you know, provide them opportunities that they can get involved with? I'm sure that I actually tagged you on Twitter as well. I'm sure you've seen that the ease of doing business in Enugu has actually, you know, gone down the drain. So how do you, you know, what's the plan in place to have those graduate professionals, you know, stay back in Enugu, work, you know, within the state to, you know, to grow the economy of the state? I'm really particular about health, because if you look at the brain drain that we are currently experiencing in the country, quite a lot of people have actually left the shores of Nigeria to, you know, to practice elsewhere in the world. So, and it's about, you know, providing good working environment for health professionals to stay back wherever they are, and also improving on the health facilities that we have currently. So in summary, have you got a plan in place? And if you can share that plan with us in terms of how you go about recruiting and retaining graduate professionals that are coming out from this tertiary education institutions, and by that way you're leveraging you know, the density of tertiary education institutions that we have in the state. So thank you. That's all. Thank you for the time.
Yeah, thank you, Chudi. Let's take two more questions from two more people. I see Chief Chris Yago. Can you unmute yourself and ask question? Unmute yourself. Let me tell him unmute yourself, Chris Yago.
Okay, thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, Honorable Nweke. My question is very simple.
Thank you.
You've been in, like, as a professor spoke before about you've been in PDP all these years till now. My question is, in Enugu State before, we used to have water all over the place, running water. Right now, sometimes it's difficult. It's just the tankers running. You know, you got to pay for water to get to your place, and sometimes you don't even have those tankers. Sometimes those tankers are very dirty. The waters they give people create a health issue for them. What's your plan to ensure that we have pipe-bomb water all over the state? Because I know we can afford to put those things in place, and I know we have professionals overseas in the diaspora that may also help if you need their help. But I'd like to know your take on it, how you plan to ensure that everybody in Enugu State has running water and not depend on the tankers.
All right, thanks, Chief Chris. One more. Okay, let me go to Chukwuemeka Oloka again. Are you there? If you're there, unmute yourself.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me now?
Go ahead. Go ahead, we can hear you. Go ahead, we can even see you. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, good evening once again. I would like to thank our special guest, Hon Frank Nweke Jr. Thank you for obliging our request. So my question is this. At first instance, while he was giving his brief introduction, I felt he focused largely on the national issues, but once he started breaking it down, so I understood, yes, he started coming home to focus on the basic issues facing Enugu State. And I did hear when he mentioned how he will deploy technology to solve the issue of water problem to Enugu indigenous face. So I would like if he would expatiate more on that, because as it stands now, water, accessing potable water is top on the challenge facing Enugu State indigenes. So I'd like if he could say more on this. And also, I would like him also to tell us how Enugu can be better positioned to gain from his wealth of experience, both at the national level, as well as from his experiences serving as the chief of staff, as well as the community council in Enugu State. Thank you. I also like him to also project his handles too, so that at least we can follow him up and then continue engagements beyond this forum now. Thank you very much.
All right. All right. Thank you, Emeka. Thank you so much. We have 3 questions from 3 people. Honorable Nweke,
Yes.
Go ahead and address them. Then after that, we get 3 more people to
Yes.
ask questions.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Yes, thank you so much. These are excellent questions. Thank you so much. Very incisive. And I would like to start by addressing the commentary that prefaced the questions. And that is the issue of the fact that I used to be a member of the PDP. Yes, when I was first invited to government in 1999, of course, the party in power was PDP under His Excellency Governor Nnamani. And at that time, I believe that that government was a transition government in 1999. And Governor Nnamani served for 8 years. And I want to say that given the context, given the circumstances, given the fact that this was a transition government at the time, that he left some legacies that people can really point back to. But whatever the shortcomings of his administration may have been, I believe that his successor, Governor Sullivan Chime, also did things that were undeniable. Governor Chime cleaned up our city. He lit up our city. Security was not a problem. And just like you have in most parts of the United States or other parts of the civilized world where you live, we found, rapid response teams at every corner of the city in Enugu. He brought back a lot of people from diaspora. He also found some people who lived here who helped him to run government in an extremely efficient way. And the results were there for everyone to see. He fixed our roads, he opened up new areas, he attracted investment. And so I want to be able to say that at some point, PDP as a government in the state did function fairly well, was true to its mandate of returning power to the people. And it was there for everybody to see. People were happy, tourism thrived, hospitality thrived. These are undeniable facts. And I'm not someone who would, on account of the fact that I have left the party, begin to poo-poo everything that ever happened. No, I will do no such thing. Facts are sacred. We cannot take this away. Regrettably, I couldn't say the same for the incumbent PDP administration. I couldn't say the same. And again, because facts are sacred, we can see that the state of our roads today is beyond embarrassing. Embarrassing does not describe it. You look at the insecurity that is in our state today. It's unprecedented. Even as I note that it's a nationwide thing, but I also believe very strongly that there are things that governors can do in their own remit. You look at sanitation. At some point in the prior 7 years, I believe that our state was one of the cleanest states. We had motorized sweepers, refuse was taken away, at the right time, the streets were clean. All of these things have public health impact, And today, that is no longer the case. But there's an important dimension which I must mention. Apart from my personal dissatisfaction with the state of affairs in our state, there's a dimension that is also very dear to my heart, which is the macro political dimension. And what do I mean by this? When I started to speak and I said that our people face an existential threat, I say that with every sense of responsibility. I was born in Kano, northern Nigeria. I've had the privilege of living in different parts of the country. I speak the 3 major languages. But at no other time have I become as conscious as I have become the last 7 years about who I am as an Igbo person. And this was made possible, or this has been triggered by the condescending behavior, by the disrespect that has been shown to our people, by the fact that in the most critical sectors of our nation, the National Security Council of Nigeria, for instance, there's not a single Southeasterner who is there. Nobody has been found worthy. In some of the most important ministries and parastatals in our country, you do not find any person of Southeastern extraction who is there. You might ask yourself as professionals, no, it doesn't matter as long as the jobs are ongoing. Well, we cannot deny the fact that there are significant geo-ethnic sensitivities in our polity. We cannot deny this fact. Everybody needs to feel a sense of belonging. Igbos do not feel that sense. I do not feel that sense. I'm not in government currently, but I'm Igbo. And I believe that we deserve, as one of the major groups in our country, to be involved, to be included in the most critical sectors of our nation. And so, two things I want to say. The PDP as a political party was founded, or let me say the arrowhead of the founding of the PDP in 1999 was the late Dr. Alex Ekweme. He was the first national chairman. He founded it with a group called the Group of 34. He brought every other person together and they formed it. And they formed it as a pan-Igbo, pan-Nigerian party, I beg your pardon. The whole idea was that Igbos are better off, in a united Nigeria. I still believe this. But they prevailed upon him and his colleagues at the time that in the light of what happened on June 12, 1993, that the Southwest should be allowed to produce the president in the current democratic experience. And they graciously accepted. And in founding the PDP, a constitution was put in place. That constitution was the outcome of a constitutional conference that was held, where it was clearly stated that the presidency of our nation, given the geo-ethnic sensitivities in our nation, would be zoned between the North and the South in terms of geopolitical representation. And so since then, what has happened? In 1999, President Obasanjo, with whom I served, a highly detribalized Nigerian, a statesman to the core, was elected. And he showed he was a true statesman. Everyone was incorporated. At the time, we had a Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala in government. You had an Obi Ezekwesili in government. You had a Professor Soludo in government. You had a Frank Nweke in government. You had an Ojo Madupo in government. He wanted only the most competent people. He wanted thoroughbred professionals. He wanted honest people who had integrity. And it didn't matter where you were from. But more importantly, there was very strong representation of the various components of Nigeria. Let me fast forward. Subsequently, we had the Yaradua, because President Obasanjo understood that there's a PDP constitution which must be respected. The zoning is enshrined there. Then President Yaradua died. And President Goodluck Jonathan was sworn in. He went on to contest. Again, just like the Igbos voted for President Obasanjo, the Igbos also voted for Yaradua, the Igbos also voted for Jonathan, in the belief that it will be our turn one day. This might not be the ideal democracy, but those of you conversant with American history know that the current democracy, where it doesn't matter where the contestants are from, it has not always been this way. It evolved. Our democracy is evolving. But at this point in time where we are, there are those geo-ethnic sensitivities which we cannot ignore. Subsequently, after Jonathan, the PDP, faithful to its election, to its constitution, allowed the emergence of an Atiku Abubakar. And his running mate was our brother, Mr. Peter Obi, former governor of Anambra State, who was first elected. His only political experience today has been on the platform of APGA, where he was first elected governor. Beyond this, he's never had any other elective experience in any other party anywhere else. And but what has been the case? Igbos voted as usual, unfortunately did not make it. The next logical group of people, because of the sensitivities I spoke about, the Southeast or Southern Nigeria, but Southeast in particular. Southeast in particular, because President Obasanjo and Professor Oshibajo are both from Southwest. And we have to be sensitive to the feelings of others, and therefore to embrace inclusiveness as a way of promoting national cohesion and unity. Once they began to argue about whether it is South or North, I knew there was a problem. And if you can put down something in a constitution, your law, and then disrespect your own law written by yourself because it is convenient for you to do that, because it is political expedient. As an individual, I have a problem with it. I cannot do business with you. I cannot do business with you. Now, let us put that to one side. Let me remind us, let us come to the state level where we come from, which is Enugu. If this party has not done well at the national level, or this party is doing well at the state level, then why not support this party? But most of you are conversant with what I have shared with you today. And I repeat the challenge I put forward earlier. Please, if there's anything I've said about the state of affairs which you find to be untrue or not fact-based, be kind enough to call your relatives back home. Let them go to the 82 Division roundabout. Let them look at the road from New Market roundabout all the way to 9th Mile. Let them go to Abapa. Let them go to Achara Layout. Let them go to different parts of this state. It's in shambles. If you do not believe what I've said about the fields that has taken over the entire state, please choose any street just choose any street you want, whether it's in Independence Layout, in GRA, and see what the state of affairs is. So, in summary, at the macro level, this party has shown that it has no character. This party has shown that it has no respect for our people. This party has suggested that we are second-class citizens. This party has shown complete and total disrespect for the rule of law. More recently, there's a video that has been circulating, you may have seen it, where the candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, was telling a northern audience that they do not need the Igbos, they do not need the Yorubas, that all they need is a northern Muslim, and that he is the one. And they were clapping for him. This just happened in the last few days. Of course, to walk it back, but out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaketh. So I hope that explains why, for instance, I personally chose to leave the PDP. Why did I join APGA? Let me explain to you why I joined APGA, the All Progressive Grand Alliance. I joined APGA because, one, I am convinced in my heart that no person would help us in this fight. And what is this fight? This fight is that we are fighting for our place under the sun in Nigeria. We're fighting for a place under the sun in Nigeria. We're fighting to be allowed to exist as equal citizens. We are fighting to have our people protected wherever they may be. That is what the fight is about. And if you look at what other people have done, let us look at the Southwest, for instance. They started with a party called the Alliance for Democracy, AD, in 1999. They went on to rechristen it Action Congress. From Action Congress, it went on to become the Action Congress of Nigeria. That is where they were when they then reached across and formed a partnership with the Congress for Progressive Change led by Muhammadu Buhari, and then the ANPP, and even some elements of APGA way back. And through this, they were able to capture government at the center, and perhaps on the basis of which they feel they don't need the Igbos, they don't need any other group of people, they just know themselves. What is important was that the Yorubas were cohesive, they were tenacious, they were resilient, and they fought. And it was only when they were able to secure their region that they were able to project their voice. APGA represents the AD from Igbo. That is really what it is. And whether our people know it today or tomorrow or in 10 years' time, we are the ones who must do what we need to do, who must cohere together, who must project our voice only when we have secured our region. I believe that APGA represents what I call the Igbo social cosmology. As you sit there, I know that there are tens of people that you cater to, not because you have so much money, but because your fathers and your mothers before you have taught you to look back, that in your prosperity, you have a responsibility to others at home. Your community, your nephews, your nieces, cousins, or even people that you have no blood relationship with. APGA represents this. It is founded on that social cosmology of shared prosperity. And I've often said that if we don't embrace a shared prosperity I believe that we will only be deceiving ourselves. The fences we have around our homes will not be enough to protect us. I believe that what will protect us the most is if we have food in our house. We need to make sure that as government and as humans, that our neighbors have water to drink, that they have shelter over their heads, that their children have jobs, that they have food to eat. Otherwise, we can never be secure. So having said that, I just thought I should address that comprehensively. Now, the great question from Chudi, talking about the density of tertiary institutions in Enugu. You wanted me to expatiate on it. You also wanted me to, discuss your concern about brain drain and your concern about the fact that, our graduates go on to other states and, what do I intend to do about ease of doing business? And this is an excellent question, yes. Now, the density of tertiary institutions I spoke about, I also tried to explain this when I presented my manifesto. And what is the significance? The significance is that Enugu has a significantly youthful population. We have a significantly youthful population. What it means clearly is that we have young people who have the energy, who have the brain power, who have the skills, who are ready to be employed. That these guys are available for potential investors. They are ready, they are available for nurture. They are available for skills training and development. They are available as our armies for the future. These young people are our greatest resource. They are our greatest resource. But like you said, I'm interested, for instance, in the curriculum of these schools. What is the content of the curriculum that they currently have? And I will be trusting all of you in the diaspora who have great expertise to be able to help us to really review this curriculum, to make sure that what these tertiary institutions are benefiting from are currently using, that they are 21st century curriculum, which would help us train this workforce, really open up global access for them and make them employable. I can assure you that there's a lot of people you're going to meet out here who claim master's degrees, who claim to have degrees, PhDs, but you couldn't have a decent conversation with them. You couldn't have a coherent conversation with them, all because of the quality of the curriculum, the quality of the faculty, the conditions under which they study, and other such factors. And so, curriculum review is critical for me, not just in the tertiary schools, even in the primary schools and in the secondary school, because the primary schools are the foundation. The secondary school additional foundation before you then go on to try to specialize in the tertiary institutions. I can give you an example of what is happening in Finland currently. Finland in the last 10 years have begun to really pilot some new approach to curriculum development, which is they are questioning whether it is still necessary to put children through 12, 16 years of education without actually identifying the interest of these children early enough and then channeling them, their energies through a particular career path. These are the kinds of innovations that I'll be interested to look at. And I repeat, I'll be trusting your support. I'll be trusting your expertise. I'll be trusting your partnership to help us, really make sure that we get it right for the benefit of our people. Now, you speak about brain drain. Chudi, every human being will toe the path of least resistance. What do I mean by this? You want the good life. You want the good life. You want to have shelter. You want to be able to take care of your parents. You want to have a good job. You want to get, you want to have a car. You want to be successful. It is a normal human aspiration. But if the conditions are not right, on what basis would you compel people to live where they do not find comfort, where they do not have opportunity? It therefore behoves a government under APGA or myself to really say, okay, if we want to retain young talent, if we want to return young graduates, what must we do? I'll tell you what we've got to do. What we've got to do is to really ensure that they have access to the most basic necessities of life. Shelter, access to healthcare, but more importantly, that they have access to opportunity. I believe that we must market our state aggressively. And this is something that I think I'm well positioned to do. As Minister for Information and Communication, I led the implementation of what you had called the Heart of Africa project. Under the Heart of Africa project, Nigeria sought to really tell its own story. And this took me across the world, speaking to people that Nigeria was back in business, that democracy had returned to Nigeria, and we were undertaking significant reforms in pensions. We were trying to manage corruption. We were also undertaking fiscal reforms, financial reforms, and this was well received. And at that point in our history, we had a lot of diasporans begin to come back home because we were really projecting what Nigeria was doing. Under my government, this will not be different. Because unless you attract the investment, unless you really tell the world about the kinds of young people you have and their capacity, their skill sets, how will these young people have opportunity that they need to earn a living and to be incentivized to stay back home in Nigeria? Now, so when I've spoken to groups of young people, I've said to them that I'm very proud of the work that they're doing. But I said to them, the greatest favor they could do is to work with us, really attract other people to it. Now, Chief Chris Algo spoke about the water crisis in Enugu, and you wanted to know what the plan is. And I'll tell you what the plan is, Chief. Excellent question. The water situation is something that affects everybody, including myself. I buy water 3 times a month because of the number of people I have in my household. Before the rains, it was about 25,000 naira per tanker, water tanker. But because of the rains, it's come down to about 15,000 naira per water tanker. This is not ideal because 7 years prior, I actually had water supply from the mains in my house. This was when His Excellency Governor Chime was governor. So clearly this is doable and water can flow. What is my plan? My plan is very simple. My intention is to unbundle the water sector in Enugu. How do I intend to do this? There are 3 major components of water. There are 3 components of water production in well, and the first one is, what is the water source? You have to first of all identify the water source. Are these flowing rivers? Are these artesian wells? Are these streams? What is the capacity? What can you harness? What is the source? You must identify it. So the first one is, what is the water source? The second one is, how would you power the water stations? How do you power it? And the third one is, how do you then pump it? And that is the first leg in unbundling the water sector. Production. The second leg is in transmission. How do you transmit the water? And what are the components of this transmission? There are 2 major components. The trunk mains, which takes the water from the pumping stations to the reservoirs. So the trunk mains and the reservoir are the 2 major components under transmission. The third component is actually, I see, okay, someone is complaining that, sorry, okay, sorry, I'll try to be brief.
Yeah, make it a little shorter because so that others will get in.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. My apologies, please. But I'm here for as long as you want. Thank you. I hope you are available for as long as well. Thank you so much. Now, the third component of this water situation is the distribution and commercial. Under distribution, what do you have? You then have the reticulation, you have the commercialization, you also have the metering, and you have the enforcement. Now, 3 major components. So I'm going to unbundle it. No one individual or groups of individuals or company will take care of these 3 components. These 3 major sectors of this water deployment will be fully advertised for, and only the best companies will actually be allowed to get into a contract arrangement with the state government for the purposes of ensuring sustainable water supply in our state. I believe that if a company's sole responsibility is to make sure that there is constant power in the water stations, we don't care how he does it. What technology he wants to deploy is entirely their business. All we want is that the pumping stations must function 24 hours, 7 days a week, 365 days a year without stopping. And that a certain quantity of water must be delivered constantly. If we make sure that the guys in charge of transmission do the same thing, and the guys in charge of distribution do the same thing and meter, I believe we'll resolve the water challenge that we have in our state. What will the Water Corporation be doing? Right now, that place is a cesspool of corruption, with due respect. I believe that that place is currently managed by some of the most incompetent people that you can think about. It's not about delivering water, it's about what they can get. And the quality of services have shown, justify what I've just said. And so the Water Corporation will become a regulatory agency. And I believe that those of them that have skills will have opportunity to work in the new entities for the new companies that will take those other sectors I spoke about a moment ago. And that is the way I believe that we can tackle the water sector. I've also, in the course of my running for my preparation, identified some new water sources which have reached certain levels of development. There's a place at the foot of Ohum Monastery called the Enugu River. That's a new source. There's also another place called Oroba River around Akuke in Enugu East Senatorial Zone. That's also another potential source of water. So I believe that it is possible for us to restore water to Enugu if this plan is effectively put into place. In terms of rural water, there are few rural communities that do not have a body of water that cater to their needs. And so rural water will be managed and designed according to that water source, according to the size of the people in those communities, and then deployed for their need. Nsukka area is one area that will receive very significant attention in terms of water. Why? Because of the Adada River. The Adada River has already been dammed. The Federal Ministry of Water Resources has already dammed that river. And in the agreement that they had with the state government, it is the responsibility of the state government to now reticulate this water and pump it to the city of Nsukka. This has not been done. And so for such a large settlement and for such an important area of our state, the water supply will receive a significant attention under my government. Mr. Oluka spoke about how I would deploy technology in water supply. Of course, these three components all have elements of technology. And what is important to me is to ensure that the right software is deployed by the various companies, by the water board, to ensure that these systems, when they have been put in place, are functional. And that is one area, again, where every expertise required, wherever it may be found, if they need to come from the United States, if they need to come from Northern Nigeria, if they are Yorubas, I really don't care. All we want is that water must flow in Enugu. Water must flow in Enugu. Everywhere else in the world, you know that pipeline leakages are monitored. You know, pipeline leakages are monitored. Water supply systems are monitored. And that is how your water consumption is metered. That's how you get your bills. In Enugu, to not be different under my government. Now, the last component of his question was when he said, how would I deploy the various positions I've held to benefit from Enugu? You know, that is where that experience comes in. From my time, the fact that I was able to visit the 209 communities in the state, I'm the only one who has done this. The old 209 communities as they were at the time. Now these numbers have doubled. They're almost, I think they're about 481 or thereabout now. And the government is even trying to create more. But I did visit all these communities and I saw things for myself. And so I am not shooting in the dark. I can speak authoritatively that I have a fairly good understanding of the living conditions of our people. Of course, as chief of staff, sitting next to the governor, you have opportunity to really understand how government is run. And I did this for 2.5 years before I went on to the federal cabinet. And I think that amongst all the people running, with every sense of modesty, I want to say that in terms of exposure at the highest levels of governance, it's a privilege that I enjoy, especially the privilege of serving in 3 different ministries and sitting close to a country's president, being in delegations to different parts of the world. I think all of these things will come into play. because of the significant contacts that I formed all through this time. And so, again, I'm sorry if I took too much time, but like I said, I'm here. I really love this opportunity to engage our brothers and sisters in diaspora. So as long as you're available, I'm really available. Thank you so much. Sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's take three more people to ask questions. And I have also the invited host. I have not forgotten you. Please, you will get your time to make a few comments. All right, so let's go straight to Chibike Mborie. After Chibike, then we'll have, this thing keep changing. Let me see. After Chibike, we have Delechuku. Then after Delechuku, we have Arinze Nnaji. Three of you ask question, then we'll go to my invited host to make comments or ask their questions. I will call on them. I have a list of them here already. So Chibike Mborie, go ahead, unmute yourself and ask your question.
Okay. You're welcome, Honorable Minister Nweke.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. My concern is an issue of local government in Enugu State.
Yes.
When you look at local government areas, I know you have worked in the federal ministry, the federal government before. You know how it all, everything, goes. But by record, from the allocation, commission, every local government, in fact, no local government in Enugu State receives less than 100 million naira every month as an allocation. And when you go to each local government area in Enugu State, you cannot see a project of even 10 million naira. And this is local government areas that receive not less than 100 million every month as an allocation. Automatically in a year, no local government area would receive less than 1 billion naira. Now, what happens to the monies? Is there anything you could do to make sure that the allocations to the local government areas are getting to the local governments, and the local government chairman will be using that money judiciously to develop local government areas, either by providing healthcare, road, and water within the local government? Because I so much believe that if local governments develops, Enugu State automatically has developed. But if local government area will still remain the way it is, automatically there won't be any development in Enugu State, because all these things we are talking will be only happen within the Enugu City. Every development we are talking about Enugu State will be within the Enugu City if local government is not functioning. If those allocations are not getting to local government chairman, for them to use it wisely, judiciously, for the development of the local government. The another question I have is this. How do you plan to balance your development projects to equally reflect, in all the zones in Enugu State? Because this is the problem we are having in Enugu State, and that is why you see the problem in Enugu State, people coming to shout, it is our turn, it is our turn. Because they so much believe that if somebody from their zone gets to government, then development has automatically returned to their zone. And when you look at since 1999, that's what all the people who came and served as governor practiced, except Chime, who didn't so much, dwell in that, but there was so much forget other zones, focus on their own zones to do things. And this brings a lot of problem. You see a lot of, people, different zones shouting, it is our turn, it is our turn. Because if a governor could balance his development projects and every zone equally benefited, there won't be issue of it is our turn, it is our turn. which is making it hard for the state to have a healthy competition to produce competent governors. Now, another question I have for you is this. Enugu people in diaspora are experts in different professional fields. If you become a governor, how do you plan to incorporate Enugu people in diaspora into your government to volunteer using their expertise, contribute to the development of Enugu state? These are the three questions I have for you. Thank you.
All right, let's take another person. Delichukwu, my brother, go ahead and ask your question. After that, then I think Dr. Chime. Yeah, Dr. Chime. Dr.
Okay.
Emma Chime. Delichukwu and Dr. Emma Chime. Delichukwu, go ahead.
Okay, because I doff my heart for everybody. And Honorable Frank, thank you so much for your detailed presentation. I noticed you were not reading papers. So I take it that you've seen it all, and there's a craving, in you to do something. Now, my background is forensics and criminal intelligence. So I'm going to ask you an uncommon question, but it's very just natural. One, I think in the past 40, 50 years of the East, I think post-Biafran War, I think we began to experience intense growth in disorderliness. Let me not just use the word lawlessness. And over time, government establishments became accessories to grievous crime called breach of trust and absolute contempt for public service. Then political class became like slave masters. So you win election, everybody be your slave. You run the show, whether you are competent or not. You have paid praise singers and all that. Now, where I'm going to is that I'm sure you've also noticed that in our communities, almost every young man, does weed. There is a very high rate of narcotics involvement, and the crime rate is getting unbearable. And apparently these are the frustrations feeding the criminal activities called the unknown gunmen and all that, because people whose values have been wiped out, their hopes have been dashed. The quality of political leaders we've had have also not helped. They made criminals out of our youths. If you don't agree with them, they will get used to go and harass you, beat you up. During elections, impunity holds sway. Now, I'm wondering how you're going to do all these things when you are surrounded by criminals. I'm also concerned that the drift into this IPOB and all the other associated activities have also sent negative signals to our youths and most of our communities. How do we host investors in a crime-prone state? How also do we deal with the official crime of entitlement? That if you want to eat clear and somewhere near your pure water factory, the youth are some hooligans from local government are then some other people from ministry. So the institutions of governance seems to be weapons being used to destroy every form of investment. And then you end them with the space. So not to talk of outsider, you know. So how do we address these established crime platforms that are embedded in governance in Enugu State? I know it's in other states. Whenever Basalani were Enugu State, you know. And what's your take on community policing? And I believe that Enwekwe community police structure, Inyekwa ha 1 million share, make sure na barriers n'ụzọ. Hire that money, people by their houses. And how mandi in a village, every village mandi there. So do you think that we may, not the Bubago type of thing, but is there any way we can drive a local police structure that might not be in conflict with the federal police, but at the same time facilitate law and order within the state? And then my final question, sir. I don't know why you're smiling.
I'm smiling because I already have like 10 questions.
my final question is, if you notice that part of what is breeding the apathy in the civil service is that when people have used their youth to serve the state, they become, I can't find the words. They don't get their pensions, they don't get their gratuities, and it's making those in service to steal, because line like lepers. Now you're to be appreciated as elder statesmen, as people who have used their youth to serve the state. How do you punish those who steal and use their public offices to rob the public? Let me stop there. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. One more question. One more person, Dr. Imachime. If you can make it brief, that would be nice. Ask your question. Go ahead.
I'll make it very brief.
Thank you.
Honorable Nweke.
Yes, sir. Good evening. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
The question I have for you is the elephant in the room.
Yes, sir.
For all the governors that I know of that the Enugu State has produced.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the Land Use Act and the true intention of that piece of legislation? I say this because it has been so much abused. And I'm going to be very, very honest to you. It's gotten to the point where we here are almost giving up, losing hope on everyone back home, not because we want to, but because we are so devastated, frustrated. But in life, there's always a new beginning. All we can hope for is that someone is coming on board to make a difference in that regard. So that is my question number one. Ms. Ambori said the things I was going to say regarding local government issues. That is very unacceptable to us. And we can't continue this way. Now, it is common practice for each incoming government in Enugu State and even beyond. What they do is they put cronies there. I mean, they put, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, yes. A governor comes in, puts up people here and there as, I don't know what they call them, maybe development areas instead of local government areas that we know of, which in law is embedded in our constitution. And because they can hold the election, state level election, they wait until a few months for them to leave office before they conduct that election. We know what's going on, but let's tell ourselves the truth. What I think they're doing is because they handpick people. So those people answer to them. And there's nothing they can do. If they did anything at variance with the intention of whoever put them, they can be removed, even in less than 1 day. If you come in, is the story going to be different? We want you to commit. So this, the frustration we are now here venting. We don't want a situation where a governor comes in, he gets all his, gets his government running, and there will be no filibustering when it comes to things like that. We know what is going on, but we are very helpless. So, and also, another one is, are you going to help to enhance the possibility of diaspora voting? For instance, at least the one within you can deal with, like the local government elections. If I'm not mistaken, you can actually have us have a say when it comes to voting, local government election voting. Let me rest it at this point. I still have other things to, if I have the chance, other questions to pose, but let me make it short as I promised earlier. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Doc. Honorable, go ahead and
okay,
Honorable,
thank you.
If you can also make your response a little brief.
Okay.
Because we have a lot of hands. Okay,
Okay.
after responding to this question, I'm going to call on invited co-hosts to make brief comments. Go ahead, Honorable.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much to everyone. I'm really excited. I'm excited because of the high level of interest and the incisive questions that are coming, and just even how much you are aware of what is going on. I'm just so excited. I'm so excited. So I want to thank everyone who has asked questions here. Mr. Chibike spoke about, wanted to know what my position would be on local governments and their use of funds, and then their service to our people. You know, why I'm laughing is because I'm actually surprised that you are aware of what is going on. I'm actually surprised. Surprised, but excited at the same time. Whether or not local governments receive their full allocations is a matter of choice. It's a decision which any sitting governor must make. Under Sullivan Chime, local governments receive their full allocations. And those of you who followed what happened at the time will know and recollect that what I'm saying is true. Local governments performed. They built great roads with drainages. They built the hospitals. They equipped them. They trained young people. This was on account of a deliberate choice by that governor to say revenues accruing to local government must be given to them. I will do nothing less than that. Local governments, please hold me to my words. And I believe that this conversation is being recorded. We receive their full allocations on a monthly basis in order to serve our people. Hold me to my words. Indeed, there's no law that allows or that empowers any governor to touch their monies. There's no law like that. What is happening currently? There was some time before the last local government election, the last set of local government chairmen. Those of them that are close to you, who can take you into confidence, will tell you, confirm what I'm just saying. In the tenure of the previous set of local government chairmen, they were required to provide 20 million naira in cash monthly. The current crop of local government chairmen, every month, 51 million naira cash is provided at designated places in the name of preparing to fight elections. That is what is currently happening. And when these monies have been taken out, these local government chairmen are required to retire them by going to look for forged receipts, forged invoices and documents for this purpose. That is what it is. This will not happen under my government. This will not happen under my government. Now, somebody spoke about, Mr. Chibike as well, the second leg of your question was, how would I balance development projects? I completely agree with you. And I got asked this question on national TV, maybe about 2-3 months ago. And if I'm able to find that particular clip on YouTube, I will like to share it with you. So you see that this was a view I expressed earlier, so that you also know that my beliefs, my positions have been consistent. Part of the problem why people say it is our turn is because, as you have said, there is an over-concentration of projects, of appointments in the area from which the incumbent comes. I'm not so sure how wise this is. I don't know how productive it is, how it has helped us. But I'd like to say something, that as governor, the entire state ought to be your constituency. And so the entire state will be my constituency as governor. So I agree with you completely. I agree with you completely. The entire state will be my constituency. And the third part leg in your question was what will I do with Enugu professionals in diaspora? Let me reiterate what I said earlier. I recognize the significant expertise that you've all gathered, the significant education. Some of you have attended some of the best schools in the world. You work in some of the largest corporations in the world. Some of you have distinguished yourselves in your various areas of endeavor and expertise. And I know that if the right platform is created, that our state has opportunity to harness your expertise and to really involve you in the shaping of policy, the shaping of programs. And this is what I will do. We all know that if the right infrastructure is put in place, say in our hospitals, for instance, just as an instance, as one sector, I know that you can direct surgery, you can direct treatments simply because the right infrastructure is put in place, the right technology is deployed, and the right environment is created back home. You can do this. You can do this. And if you are contributing to the development of even some of the most advanced nation in the world, why can you not, or why can the government not create opportunity for diasporans to also participate in government, in our states, in our communities? But let me also say something else, which is part of my excitement. What will India be without the Indian diaspora? Can anybody tell the story of India without talking about India's diaspora? Can anybody tell the story of China without the story of the Chinese diaspora? Can anybody tell the story of Malaysia, of Indonesia, of South Korea without the story of their diaspora? Those of you who left early in search of greener pastures, who have taken advantage of the significant opportunities you had in these lands, developed yourselves without any help from any government, yet you're looking back home. You're looking back home. You're concerned about your homeland. The same way the Chinese, the Indians, the Malaysians, the South Koreans were concerned about their homeland. The difference between us and them is that their home governments harness these things in a very pragmatic way, in a very practical way. But what happens is that there's a pushback. when most of you try to say, what is going on? How can we help? That is the difference. And so I want to say that with my education, with my own exposure, with a significant experience, and because I know that all hands need to be on deck at this critical time in our history, as long as you are available, as long as you're willing to serve and to contribute to ideas, I will create a board, an advisory board of Enugu Diaspora for the purpose of regular consultation. And through this advisory board, also be able to agree and identify those of you who may be willing to spend time here, physically if it is needed, to really contribute to our development of our state. So our diaspora is a group of people that I greatly respect, and I will do everything possible to harness the significant expertise that you have. Now, Mr. Dilichubu spoke about, I'm glad, especially, your area of expertise are forensics and criminology. I really, really love that. And you spoke about breach of trust by the political class, spoke about your concern for drugs and weed, and you didn't talk about that one, and the high crime rates. I couldn't agree more. And I'll tell you something that will break your heart. Just hold on. I want to show you a photo. There's a photo I want to show you. Bring me the photo of the little child. That picture I said I wanted framed. I'll show you a photo just now. Yes, I'll show you a photo. No, I want it. And if possible, I want to be able to project, but let me just show you a photo. This photo, I took this photo about 7 months ago. About 7 months ago, I was going around the states. I was going around the city, and this photo, I had to frame it. I don't know if you can you see? Can you see? Can you all see? Can you all see this? Can you see the photo I put up? Fantastic. Okay. I'll tell you about this child.
Yeah.
I'll tell you about this child. I met this child at Iva Valley. Iva Valley is one of about 23 slums in the city of Enugu. And the day I went to Iva Valley, one of the residents said to me, sir, because I was almost in tears, and he said to me, sir, you haven't seen anything yet. There's somewhere I would have loved to take you, but it is too dangerous to go there. I said, where's the place? He said, it's up there. You can't go there, sir. And I said, why can I not go there? He said, sir, that is the center of drugs. That is the center of weapons. That is the center of criminality in this whole state. There's no place more dangerous than that place. I had some security men with me. When they heard what this young man said, they said to me, Oga, please, we can't go there. And I had a choice before me. I'm going to be governor. How do you govern if you do not even have full understanding of the challenges that confront us? And I said, okay, you can stay. They stayed in the bus. And together with a few of my staff, we went up the hill to a place, Anabo, Ubo Peak. Ubo Peak. And I cannot describe enough what I saw, but I have these things documented on video. I have photos of them. And I'll tell you, this was about 11 a.m. in the morning. And at this particular time, you found youngsters, boys and girls. They were already high, super high, alcohol, weed, and whatever else. And they confronted me. Hey, who are you? And I sat down with them. I tried to be as natural as possible, but I confess that I was shaking in my pants. And we started having a conversation. Absolutely. But I tell you something, what caught my attention, what got sired into my heart and my soul was the young children in their numbers who sat watching them? Who sat watching them? Umaka, you can see that child. That child is probably about 3-4 years old. He was there. And I have 2 versions of these photos of him. He was naked. There's so many of them I saw, they were naked. And it broke my heart because I saw this child and I said, my goodness, what will this child become? What future awaits him? There's a regular and well-established pipeline for the next set of drug users, for the next set of bandits and robbers. But let me tell you something else. Iva Valley is less than 5 kilometers from Government House. Iva Valley is less than 2 kilometers from Gulf Estate. Iva Valley is about 3 kilometers from GRA, from where I now speak to you. But we are comfortable to pretend that those people do not exist. That is why I said at the beginning, good governance, if we establish good governance, we'll be doing it in enlightened self-interest. Because one day, just like what happened with NSAS, they will rise and there will be no hiding place for all of us. So irrespective of who emerges as governor, if we do not address the needs of these people, their education needs, their health needs, their sanitation needs, their mental needs, it's just a matter of time. And I'm telling you that there are 23 other major slums in this city. And I want to say that by my own estimation, about 2/3 of the citizens of Enugu live in urban slums, huge urban slums where they have no access to water, they have no access to toilets, they have no access to health facilities. A lot of these guys relieve themselves using nylon bags. A lot of these guys in these slums still defecate in open spaces, which they then burn from time to time. It is disgusting. It is incredible. But let me also add, this is not something that plagues Enugu alone. Out of the 774 local governments in Nigeria, only 35 local governments out of 774 are open defecation free. None of them is in Enugu. None of them is in Enugu. Rich Quarters, a major slum, is directly opposite Access Bank on Obara Avenue, which is Enugu's high street. These things stare us in the face, and yet we pretend that they are not there. So, sir, you're very correct. I'm very concerned. And my plan is to clean up these urban slums deliberately, consciously, working with the local governments under which they are, and making sure that the right resources are deployed effectively. My intention is to see which of these children that need to be taken away from their parents to mitigate this pipeline of the next group of bandits and drug users. But more importantly, it is to see how we rehabilitate the current drug users. Those of them that can be rehabilitated, we would have to rehabilitate them because they have not taken into this lifestyle by choice. And I have met people who grew out of those slums because they got an education, they got benefactors, or they just found the will to get away. And so what must be done is a deliberate and conscious effort by government to really pull these guys out of this place. And I was delighted when I met with some of these people, when they said to me, the last time they saw a government there was under the previous administration. So I will require your expertise, sir, in fine-tuning the aspects of my manifesto that deal with insecurity. Because we know that unless we deal with the socioeconomic needs of these people, we have no basis to demand good behavior from them. If they can't feed because they don't have jobs, if they can't live anywhere because they have no shelter, if there's no access to healthcare because they have no money, why are we surprised that they're using drugs? If the parents are not looking after them because they don't have jobs, and let me tell you 2 things that will break your heart. And this condition I'm going to share with you, I met individuals at a place called Bridge Quarters, the one directly opposite Access Bank. I met a family. And as I began to engage them, this man broke down and started to cry. And I said, what is the problem? He said to me, my daughter, she does not go out at night. We cannot feed. I have not worked for over 10 years. And when you see where they live, if you see where they live, as these rains are falling now, on a daily basis, they live in these shanties made up of rusted, corrugated sheets. Close to the ground, this place is regularly flooded. I met another man who said to me he had lost control of his family because the children look at him and say he's a failure. They are armed robbers. And I'll see him look honorable. One of my sons is now a thief. He was weeping profusely. And I tried to engage. How can I help? Can I start a business? Can I do one thing or the other? And I ended up providing some seed funds. Say, okay, please, let us start something. And I speak to him regularly to see if he can put food on the table. But as an individual, how many people can you do this for? These are the things that confront us. So are we then surprised that there's high rate of criminality and crime? It shouldn't be. Because these are seeds we have sown as a community, as a society, as a government. We cannot be surprised. And yet people clean out on an ongoing basis. Without conscience, without any fear of God, people clean out. One pledge I'd like to make to all of you is this. Please, beyond what we are now discussing, I want you to research my background and find out if in over 20 years of service, both at the state and federal level, if you will ever find anywhere where I've ever received a query, where I've ever been arraigned, where I've ever been accused, or where I've ever been indicted, please, of course, you're welcome to just write me off. When I speak about my nurture, that nurture is so important to me because even as a federal minister, my late father would write me letters. My late father would say, I'm proud of you, but please do not forget who you are. He would say to me, I know you will not do anything untoward, but if you do, let me remind you of what my response would be. I will call a press conference and disown you. That is where I am coming from. That is the same way that I am training my sons, my children. And I have personal letters to show for it. Like my father before me wrote me letters I didn't always find pleasant, but which I now cherish as I matured and as I have gone about my service. I'm proud of those letters. I regularly refer to them, and I am really hopeful that please find out. Find out. I don't think that most people can act outside their nurture. Nurture is so critical. You cannot expect to govern well if you don't enlist the partnership of parents. That early nurture is critical. The role of mothers are critical. And that was why I decided to choose a woman as my running mate. And I'm the only one who did this. Not just any woman, a diaspora woman, a highly educated woman, PhD in health administration, because I wanted somebody who had capacity, who will be at the table with me and who will speak to the issues, who will remind me when we forget, and who can really run government with me. Nurture is critical. We need everybody. Mothers are important. Fathers are important. Don't force me to make a choice. If you must force me to make a choice, I will choose our mothers because of the role that they play in the succession of species, of the human species, because of the role they play in nurture, a role ordained by God. So criminality, that nurture is critical. Parents must be encouraged to be parents. Thuggery, yes, enabled by the political class. But let's not forget, under the previous administration, thuggery was extinguished. Thuggery has been restored by the current government. As I'm talking to you, there are few local government chairmen who are not members of one cult or the other, deliberately enabled to cause violence, deliberately enabled to make sure that people are intimidated. As I speak to you, we've lost about 3 or 4 vehicles in the course of trying to campaign. They send people to burn vehicles belonging to us. And when I had a chance to speak, I said, gentlemen, we're in the 21st century. It should be about contestation of ideas, not this violence. If you believe that as an incumbent party you've done well, put out your report card. As an opposition party, I'm saying to you, this is what you've done and this is what I intend to do. We are in the 21st century. I don't need violence. And I believe, especially with what I saw yesterday, 3,000 people sat down for over 5 hours, quietly, without confusion, listening, asking questions. I was completely humbled. It shows me clearly that people are paying attention. People are tired, and we have to try and get it right. I, for once, let me say on behalf of my party, on behalf of my team, we have no interest in any kind of violence. Absolutely none. Absolutely none. We will speak to the issues. Ndi Enugu and Ndi Bainine are reasonable people. When you make the point, our people recognize it. I have that faith. If we make the point and the thing does not favor us, it doesn't matter. We'll try next time if we still feel up to it. But we will not engage in violence. We'll focus on issues. Mr. Dilichukwu also spoke about the influence of IPOB. How do you host investors in a crime-prone state? I agree with you. It's not just investors. We, as the citizens of Enugu, want to be safe first and foremost. If you create the right conditions for yourself, it will also be conducive for investors. That is the truth of the matter. So it's not just about investors. If there's security in Enugu, as citizens, we're happy, we're comfortable, we'll be productive. If there's water in Enugu, it first of all helps us as citizens before the investors come. There are also local investors that are here. So all the conditions precedent to hosting investors are also the same conditions you need to live a normal life, a comfortable life, a dignified life. If we can't clean up the city, or we clean it up only because investors are coming, how about ourselves? We also deserve a life of dignity. And that's my approach to it. As for IPOB, I want to assure you that even now, preparatory to being sworn in as governor, by God's grace, we're already looking for contacts. How do we engage? How do we identify these individuals who are doing this? And to appeal to them that whilst they may have valid issues, that the way they're going about it is not the best. You cannot claim to be wanting to save me and you're shooting my people, or you're killing me, or destroying my business. I can't think of anything more unwise. I don't think of anything. But understanding we must engage them at their level and continuously try to cater to their needs and constantly try to encourage them to stop this armed attacks, insurrection against our people. Yes, the issue of crimes demanding ransom, local government officials harass even citizens. How do we address these crime platforms embedded in governance? I believe I've addressed it to some extent. Let me even tell you the worst aspect of it. You find elderly women and little young vulnerable people in society struggling to eke out a living. All that woman has is one tray of vegetables on the roadside. All that woman has is a bunch of bananas on the roadside. All that woman has is a couple of bottles of cashew nuts and of ground nuts at the roadside. Local government officials, extortionists, still harass these people. Now, Joe, how many bananas does this woman need to sell to be able to look after children that they send to school? And yet you have these people, heartless, who actually go to extort money from them. If I be a function of local governments. But as governor, I believe that if you show example, if you provide the right leadership, and show these local government officials how it is not in their interest for people to be harassed, even at that level, and make an example of anybody who may actually breach very clear and agreed guidelines for trade engagement or engagement of traders. If you make an example, I believe that people will learn that this governor and this administration will have zero tolerance for untoward behavior and for unacceptable behavior. And so you wanted to know about my thoughts on community policing. I believe that in a way, community policing is already evolving in more recent times. It's already evolving because of the establishment of vigilantes recognized by government, the establishment of forest guards. It's already evolving. For some reason, our people continue to run away from an inevitability. I believe that community policing will help to meet crime and other malfeasance within various communities. And so I fully support it. And under my government, I would deliberately enable these people, but there's something that must happen. Our first line of defense will always be the established and constitutionally recognized security agencies as my first line of defense. And I believe that by supporting these established agencies, you can improve their performance. But we also know that these guys are not magicians. There's not enough of them. And so that is where the forest guards, for instance, and the vigilantes come in. What will I do with these people? It is to form a strong partnership with these regular security agencies under which they would train the forest guards and train our vigilantes, at least in basics of crime prevention, basics of tackling crime and other things, and resource them accordingly. An aspect where people do not speak about so much is the issue of intelligence. We all know that there's no crime that takes place in a vacuum. And where you all dwell, you know that there's a strong emphasis on intelligence gathering. The communities must be educated and enlightened to embrace, their security in partnership with government by being incentivized to make sure that if they see something, they say something. I believe that doing this consciously and rewarding people who actually do this will help to mitigate. In any community that our people will not know about, except that they are not properly engaged, they don't talk about it, and they do not feel motivated in the interest of the community to actually divulge it. So, communities, partnership on intelligence gathering, working in partnership with established security agencies to make sure that our vigilantes and our forest guards are doing what they're supposed to do correctly, without becoming criminals themselves, engaging in crime themselves. Let me tell you something that is happening in my community more recently. Because of the high rate of crime, professionals have come together and we have installed security cameras all over our town in Ozara. We have put barriers in various entry points into the respective communities as our contribution. And we're constantly, donating, we're constantly encouraging each other. The security members of the security professionals amongst us are constantly providing consultancy and advice to us on how to make this. And this is helping so much. There's nothing now that happens that we do not see from a central point where it is happening. And that is something that I'm committed to doing in Enugu. Abia State is wired up. There's closed circuit CCTV everywhere in Abia, at least in the capital cities of Umuahia and then Aba as well. In Lagos, it is the same thing. And all of these initiatives were undertaken in partnership with multilateral agencies. And so we can attract the funding, that's the point I'm making, such that wherever you may be, wherever anything is taking place, at least within the urban area, we can see from a central area when a crime is about to take place, prevent it where possible, or track down the people that actually commit the crime. Now, the matter of pensions, gratuities, fueling corrupt, absolutely, you're right. I couldn't argue with that. And I have met pensioners, I've met retirees who are in tears, virtually. Some 10 years, some people tell you that whether gratuities are paid or not depends on where you come from. When you have your own person, just like what Mr. Chibike said, you see they pay some people pension from their area, they pay gratuities. How can this be the case? I will not be a party to this. I will not be a party to this. The laborer is worthy of his wages. And I've been forced personally to, offer support to a lot of these retirees and pensioners from time to time, because when you see their condition, there's no way you will not be touched. But I ask again, how many people can you do this for? How many people can you do this for? And I tell you something interesting. They tell you that in some years, they could get paid 3 months or 5 months of pensions. And then in the subsequent year, nobody talks about the remaining ones in the previous year. They say, no, we're talking about 2019, and then that's what it is. If you don't want to take it, leave it. In that 2019, they don't pay again. But I can assure you that government provides these funds, and the administrators take some of this away. So the pension sector will be reformed in this state such that pensioners have control of their funds. This was the kind of pension reforms that took place in the federal level. I was in the cabinet at the time, the so-called contributory pension scheme, under which pensioners now have the choice of the banks, first of all, the PFA, the pension fund administrators, that will manage their funds, and secondly, the bank where they wish to put their pension funds. It will be done in Enugu. The template is already there to make sure that whilst we're dealing with arrears of pension, at least the new people will not face the same challenge when the time comes. And the state will not face a similar challenge in looking for funds to pay the pensioners. Engineer Chime, Mr. Ima Chime asked me about the Land Use Act. Thank you, sir. Well, the Land Use Act is the Land Use Act. And for me, I can tell you that I'm as disappointed as you are in terms of how our land has been managed. And it is my intention to deploy what most of you may be familiar with, what's called the geospatial technology in land use management. I want it to be possible for us to be able to have a full view of every land available in Enugu, and to be able to digitize our land administration to make it such that we know at any one time who owns what, the dimensions and everything, and every document related thereto. It is possible to do it. As a minister, I participated in a cabinet meeting that approved the establishment of the Abuja Geographical Information System, under which land is now being managed in Abuja. We will do the same thing in Enugu State, such that, vagueness, arbitrariness, and other things are removed from the management of land. But there's something that is most critical. What is the mindset? What is the character of the chief executive? And that is why I said everything rises and falls on leadership. If you choose to carve out estates and you say, "Whip the column 10 plus Nazu," the people you're giving instruction have heard you say it. They will figure a way to get their own. I have met people who have lost lands under the most unfortunate circumstances, fueled by sheer greed. And I'm saying that this will not happen under my government. And I repeat, hold me accountable to every word that I speak. Remind me if I forget. Remind me if I forget. These things will be done. And these things do not require such great funding that you say, no, it will break the bank for the state. No. And in doing these things properly, you can actually attract a lot of investment and revenue to the state. So on the Land Use Act, we will follow the law, but more importantly, I will not take land as governor that does not belong to me. As governor, you're governor of the state. The land is the public land. It is not your personal land. I will show great example in this sector. On local government elections, I believe that if you're truly, if you come out as governor and your intention is to serve, I believe that I said you need the right team. You need this bureaucracy and the structure of government to be able to work well. It is my intention to embrace democracy in all its ramifications and remove arbitrariness and anything that undermines the laws of our land. Local government elections will be conducted regularly. Local government elections will be conducted regularly. It's one sector that I believe, again, we would like to show example. The last question is what I can do about diaspora voting for local governments. I must confess that I have not given much thought to this. When diaspora voting has been discussed, I've always looked at it from the federal level. And it's an area that I'm willing to give some thought. And it's also an area that I'm willing to really hear your own thoughts on it and see how we can make this possible. But off the top of my head, I think it shouldn't be a problem because currently local government elections are under the purview of the state governments. So unless there's a federal law that then comes to life or comes into being or into existence, that then makes it a federal responsibility, I want to assure you that I'm willing to look at this area and see how we can actually maybe lead the way, pioneer this diaspora voting, at least from local government elections in our state. So thank you so much. I hope I've managed to provide answers to your questions. I'm happy to take the next set of questions. Thank you so much.
You did very well. You did very well. Before we go to the next set of questions, we have invited a co-host. Some of them are still here. So I would like them to take like two minutes to say something. It could be question, it could be comments, it could be advice, something from the decades of experience they have had in the United States. I'm going to start with, let me just give down the list. The names are Honorable Ife Davis, Dr. Moene, Honorable Izu Onyani, Professor Jerry Chukwu, Dr. Okui Igwe. So let's start from Honorable Ife Davis. Unmute yourself and share with us your democracy experience in US and the state of democracy in Enugu.
Good evening, everybody. And Professor Ude, you're making me go first. Is it ladies first?
Yes, it's ladies first, of course.
Okay, I accept. Thank you very much.
And you are my in-law too, so I don't want to get in trouble here.
I know, because I'll take my sister straight away.
Yes.
Thank you, thank you. And may I call you Candidate Frank?
Just call me Frank, ma'am, please. That's fine. Frank is fine, ma'am.
So, thank you so much for your presentation. It virtually covered, and greetings to everybody, my members and guests. I salute everybody. So I want to acknowledge, and appreciate the depth of your presentation because you really covered. I kind of prepared myself a little bit what to expect, and I will say that you covered a lot of the things that are bothering me. I am multiple decades in diaspora, so I know a lot. I don't want to date myself, but having grown up in Nigeria, I knew a lot about not just my state, but also Nigeria. But having been gone and visit back and forth, and then experience, I will say, encounter American democracy, because I'm in the US, I kind of, feel frustrated, or I don't know how to express it. What is it that is, who did this to us? What is wrong with us? Look at your excellent resume. You've traveled all over the world, so you have experienced development. I'm not saying we'll be United States in 2 days, but at least when they say you go to high school, then you go to college, you want it to rub off a little bit on you. But what shocks me is what has rubbed off on us with all that we have experienced. In the United States, that's what Professor Ude said we should try and use as our example. And I don't know if I can do justice to my thoughts in 2 minutes, but
you can make it 3. You're muted. Unmute yourself. What did you do? Okay. Yeah, unmute the speaker.
Did it just happen?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
So we have what we call blue state and red state, and then purple states. Purple states will be states that's the swing states, but the blue states, fortunately or unfortunately, I live in Maryland. It's a blue state, but Maryland, we've had, in my own number of years in the US, we've had maybe 2 Republican governors that served full terms. So it goes to show that you don't necessarily have to be in the so-called your blue state democratic state to thrive. our current governor is a Republican. No. And I will tell you, when I drive around Maryland and see the solar farms, I'm like, how do they do it? He's not waiting on the federal government to do it. He's not waiting on the blue states Democrats to support him. Everybody would work together to better your state. So if I look at you coming in as, hopefully, as an APGA governor, and you referenced Peter Obi as your example, that he won his election as an APGA governor, and he succeeded in Anambra State, I would say. How are you then going to thrive in a Nigeria where you know APGA is not going to be at the center? So when I look at Enugu State, what beats me is that we're the gateway to the Southeast. Yet, look at commerce. We have an airport in Enugu. Look at what happened to us when they closed down the airport. We have an international airline coming into Enugu, yet we don't have a cargo facility. What is it that is holding us back? Look at we talked about the environment already. We talked about the water resources already. I date myself. It was Jim Nwobodo of Anambra State, when we were in Anambra State, that they did the Adada project. See where we are today. When you started, you were talking about Enugu, Enugu, Enugu. I was happy when you said Nsukka. There is Ogo. There is Nsukka. Nsukka is forgotten. Chibuike would remember that I left Enugu USA something, because Enugu is city, Enugu city. It's a state. There's Nsukka. Where are we in the mix? Nowhere. But then look at us. Because Chime did a lot for Udi when he was governor. I don't think he did for Enugu State. Now we have an Nsukka governor. 2 weeks ago, they told me you cannot travel from Enugu to Nsukka without having your family on the phone. A distance of 1 hour. Security. You touched on everything. But for me, I just want us to remember that what we are learning from the US, where we live, is that we can help self-provide. We don't have to wait for the federal government to do everything. Chibuike said it. The allocations for the local governments. If only they will use the money to do something in our local governments, we'll be fine. But corruption, corruption, corruption. So I wish us well. Do I have a question for you? I'm only trying to use my little time to say that let what we have done rub off a little bit on us. We have coal. You talked about India. We are exposed here. We know what they are doing in India. They're not paying attention to that coal and global warming. They are using their coal. We can use our coal to generate electricity. We need electricity. We need water. When we have those two things, we can build the roads, you can improve on the roads. Once you have healthcare, but once you have water, you have electricity. Our people are very hardworking. So I will just charge us to see how in the world we are going to use the resources. Thank goodness you said you look at your diaspora. Look at your diaspora. But look also internally. We are very smart people in Nigeria. We just don't have what I call the political will to leave corruption, to leave it. That money, where are you going to take it to? Denzel Washington said, have you seen anybody that are taking to the cemetery to bury? And they have U-Haul cutting his property to bury him with? No. Thank you. I don't have a very specific question, so I rest here.
Yeah, thank you.
The other one, quickly, please, agriculture. Agriculture.
Yeah.
Talk about agriculture. There's a Abakaliki rice. I just got some rice from Nigeria. They say it's Nigerian rice, but it's from the north. Nobody hears about Ada rice. Obia Ezekwesili knows about Fadama. Nobody hears about Ada rice. So we need to revive our rice. I get Ofada rice. That is local Western rice. I have northern rice. I have Abakaliki rice. I do not have other rice.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ife. Thank you so much. All right. Dr. Moene, are you there? Unmute yourself. Dr. Mo. Sorry for, well, if we're going to give us your other. So because share with us your experience.
I'm gonna pass to what's his name? I'm gonna pass to Nze.
Okay,
I'll come after him. Nze Okwi. I'm looking for his house and I'm kind of lost in this wilderness. So I'm listening. I'm there. So after Okwi, I'll come back.
All right, Dr. Okwi, unmute yourself.
Sonny, can I know?
Honorable Izuonyani.
Thank you.
Honorable Izuonyani, go ahead.
I know, but I'll go ahead, Izu. Because I know.
Okay, go ahead, yes.
All right, thank you. Honorable Frank, thank you very much. I think you were very detailed in what you provided this evening. And I'm not going to take too much of everybody's time here. My question, we will talk about whatever my experience later, but I have a question. If you already touched on that, which is the airline in Enugu State, we've had only one airline carrier going to Enugu State for many years now. And for some of us who have been coming home at least consistently, it's kind of, I mean, you have to go through a lot of hurdles to get a direct flight from here going to Enugu. So most of the time we end up going to Abuja or Lagos. Is there anything you can do as the governor to attract more than one airline carrier, or at least have the international terminal open for business? Because Enugu right now is one of the ones that have been sitting on their international terminal for a very long time, and I don't think they are doing anything about it. So my question is there anything as a governor that you can do if you become the governor of Enugu State to make it possible so that at least Enugu, they can go straight to Enugu? Where Enugu State is losing a lot of revenue because Enugu State is supposed to be the capital of Eastern region. And many people, when they come through Enugu State, staying a day or so there, it's a revenue generated to Enugu State. So anyway, my question is just, what can you do?
All right. Okay, after all the comments, then Honorable Nweke will respond. So let's move to...
Sonny, do you mind?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Do you mind if you could respond?
Go ahead,
because I have to run and go for a condolence visit, please. Yeah.
Okay, you need your answer.
Yes.
Okay, Honorable Nweke, go ahead and respond.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much again for these very incisive questions. I'm really grateful. Since Chief Onyani would like to get off the call shortly, let me just quickly address his question. Now, I must say that I also share the concern that you just expressed, except that we also need to be practical. And what do we mean by that? You know, it was under the previous administration that we eventually got international airport status. And then thankfully, we eventually found an airline, government, you know, under Chime's government found an airline willing to make Enugu terminal. It's one of its hubs. And I must confess that part of what really has happened is that we had made significant efforts under Governor Nnamani. And I remember then we approached British Airways, we approached Lufthansa, we approached Air France. But a key issue at the time was the traffic. And in fact, that was the condition precedent that President Obasanjo gave before he would actually give us that international status. But thankfully, under Governor Sullivan Chime, President Jonathan gave that approval. So what I'd like to say is that I believe that as we revive our economy, and I believe that as we reposition our state, it should become more attractive for other airlines. One other thing that I must point out, that we should not forget, that there's now an airport in Anambra, there's now an airport being completed in Ebonyi. But as in Enugu, nothing stops us from through the marketing of our state, to attract the kind of passenger traffic that we would need. Again, it's just an area that I'm willing to really look at. But there are a lot of other political considerations that are important. If you look at Port Harcourt, for instance, why does Air France go to Port Harcourt? Air France goes to Port Harcourt and then Lufthansa, because it's an oil city. I would like to look at Enugu, position us as a major trading route, position us as a major agricultural state, position us as a major tech state, as a major tech hub in the Southeast, and hopefully, by so doing, attract the kind of traffic that we need from across the diaspora and other investors, other tourists who may be willing to come to Enugu. Now, Madam Ifi spoke very passionately, and I could feel the pain in your voice, sir. I can feel the pain in your voice, and it is very, very understandable. That is how I feel. That is how most of you feel, and I share that pain. I must say that our own politics, our democracy is evolving. It's evolving, and in spite of our challenges, as much as I would like these things to be a lot faster, but we should also recognize that, this is our longest 24 years of unbroken democracy. And I hope that the 2023 elections will serve as a major turning point because of the quality of people that are coming out, because of the kinds of things that you are doing today and you have been doing with all the candidates, asking questions, interrogating their backgrounds, trying to get clarity on their vision and whatever else. I believe that this would help. The next step to my mind is, even when the elections are over, whosoever emerges, this diaspora must agree to come back from time to time, even if it is once in 6 months, if it is once in a quarter, to say, please, how far with this your agenda? How far with this your manifesto? It is critical, because that is where accountability comes in. This diaspora should also consider actually taking advantage of a feedback mechanism. I intend to set up what I call an Enugu State Complaints Commission, through which citizens can reach government, through which government hotlines, through which citizens can even alert governments to policy challenges, program challenges, or any emergency issues that government must, which must receive government attention. It is an area that I would like this diaspora to also hold government to task, or take government to task on. Now, the Enugu Airport, thankfully, it has been finally, at least that runway has finally been brought to international standards. And again, let me digress on the matter of leadership again. Leadership and representation. It is significant that even though the prior 5 consecutive ministers of aviation were of Igbo extraction, it took an APC-led administration under a Fulani man. It took another Fulani man as Minister of Aviation to actually fix Enugu runway and to bring it up to international standard. So the matter of representation, the matter of leadership comes back again. The kinds of people that we nominate, that we elect to represent us matters. As governor, would I have acceded, for instance, to the shutting down of Enugu Airport for the third time in less than 5 years for this number of months? I would say no. And it was that shutdown that gave impetus to Ebonyi, gave impetus to Anambra to begin to build airports for themselves. And today, Enugu is being challenged. Its relative advantage as former Eastern region, all of these things are actually in jeopardy. But for me, I'll see it as competition, and therefore to do everything possible to restore that place of Enugu as the capital of the former region and home of Ndi Igbo Niile. You spoke about something very important. Enugu as a cargo terminal, as a cargo airport. And you'll be amazed that it's not as though these things have not been thought about. But the incumbent administration has, for all sorts of reasons, constrained the expansion of Enugu Airport into a cargo airport as well. Let me also tell you, I'm privy to a certain investor in the aviation sector who has tried so hard, who wanted to make Enugu its own hub and to create a maintenance terminal here. Again, he was frustrated out of it. By God's grace, if I'm elected governor of Enugu State, these are people that I would have to, if I need to kneel down to beg them to come, I will do so, because we need them. These are the kinds of things that can help to reflect the economy of Enugu. These are the kinds of things that will help to create jobs and the expertise we need. These are the kinds of things that will attract people to our state. So I'm committed to exploring all of this. One aspect you didn't touch, well, you did, and that is the area of agriculture. You know, under the previous administration, you know, I keep making reference because I'm happy to give credit where it is due, was that under the previous administration, our agricultural sector was receiving significant attention. And as a matter of fact, significant investments was attracted into that sector. There was a group of Mexicans called Don Carlos Farms, and they were brought in by the previous administration. And Enugu was on the cusp of exporting pineapple from Enugu. And the next logical thing was to begin to also cultivate a banana and to begin to export from Enugu. Then after that, the next plan was to create ranches in Enugu. But the moment that administration left office, all of these things fell apart because of certain things that I would respectfully not like to go into. But hopefully you understand what I'm talking about. So I'm already in touch with some of these people, as indeed with other investors who are saying, well, Mr. Nweke, we know you from NESG, we know you from your time as a minister. If you make it, we'll consider coming back. If you give us the guarantees that we require to make sure that our businesses will not be bullied the way they were bullied in more recent past. So I completely agree with you. The agricultural sector will receive significant attention. You're going to get Enugu rice, or other rice. You know, is it not surprising that as far back as the 50s, in times past, when you may have looked at those times as times when they were not so civilized, look at what the Eastern Regional Government did in a space of 8 years. Not only were they looking at the agricultural sector, understanding its impact on food and human security at large, they also created farm settlements across the Eastern region, other rice being one of them. And that farm was irrigated, that farm settlement with 4,000 rice plots at that time was irrigated from a dam built by Israelis right there. What has happened today? That place has fallen apart. And once I was on a Twitter space, and a Yoruba man said to me, Mr. Nweke, when I heard you were going to come on this, I decided to come. Please, I'm invested in Uzuwani. I'm invested in this place. What can you do to really help me guarantee my investment? Because I can no longer go there because of insecurity. Of course, the person will not go there if he's not safe. His staff cannot go there if it's not safe. So it means that even in this farm settlements, as indeed every part of the state, what I spoke about security and the plan for this purpose would have to be taken seriously. Because if this insecurity is not mitigated or even eliminated completely, you cannot expect that investments will come there. And as I speak to you, Weze North has been under siege for over 8 months. Issuzo has been under siege for over 8 months. Uzuwan has been under siege for several months now. And so it's across the entire state. And we'll have to tackle this in order for us to have any kind of meaningful development. So I share your pain, man. And I'm happy to, I'll do my best. I repeat, I'm also open to suggestions, please. If you know what we can improve upon in terms of the exchange we're having, we are very open. I do not have a monopoly of wisdom. My team does not have a monopoly of wisdom. And this is our state. All hands need to be on deck. And we're very open to these suggestions.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable. Thank you so much. All right, let's hear from the invited guest.
I'm here.
Dr. Okuigwe. Is Dr. Okuigwe there? Oh, Dr. Moene. Dr. Moene is back. All right.
Yeah,
okay, Dr. Mo. Dr. Mo, go ahead.
I'm Frank. Yeah, I've been driving for the past 2 hours, so I've been listening very well. Congratulations, my brother. You did excellently well. You went beyond everything. So in fact, you disarmed me. I'm not even but let me focus on one thing and one thing only. APGA, your party has to step it up. It has to. Yes, you have not seen somebody like Ojukwu or Bianca address one rally or meeting in Enugu on APGA. Niha Nemekona Soludo is not for election cycle. He has not made any move. He has not said a word. We have to build up, guys. Look, we said this in last year. See why I'm going to hear. He's my witness. We try to impress on NHONYA to start early. Go for local government elections. Okay? NHA 2023. Here, 2023, Abiago, what happened? Labour Vulutuo. And they want a synergy between Labour and APGA that could have held APGA in the state and kept Labour in the federal. Okay, you are coming to APGA. I'm not trying to say because you're not here. You're coming to APGA, maybe, as we say back home, divine inspired, whereby go this party to where it's supposed to be. But your party has to do something. The opportunity is there. You gave examples of how ACN goes and everything. Yes, we can do it. It's like the NCNC come back to life. And a good structure or no structure. That is the structure that I see, whereby people know that I belong to the way I game and the way I am. Our past PDP governors have did a very marvelous job in buying up the opposition. I am at your names. I am going from government house. I'm today. Yet Hannah's up for other parties. It will never help us. I'm not saying PDP the bad. I'm not saying the bad. But if we don't get anybody to help us articulate it and put it in print, if we don't get it, I hope this works. I hope something intervenes in the first few months to make it work. That when real change in Nigeria and in Enugu State. My brother, I wish you all the best. Because you local town government. But good about community. You are on my side about local government. It's not working. Community and all this split of autonomous communities, which of course you know very well by your own neighborhood. So it is not our savior. We don't need all of them. If we have one Osara, one Omaga, one Abwane, one Amokwe, if you are bigger, the better your internal generated revenue. And then provision of basic amenities. So because that community in our communities, it will help you so much to see that now I need to what we call a community government in Enugu State. Good luck and God bless. You have my blessing. Yeah, Jeff.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Mo. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. Dr. Okuigwe, take the floor. Dr. Okuigwe.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, good. Good, go ahead.
Okay, Fred. Ndị mere organize okay, ekenekwa m unu. Afọ juru m biko asị na onye nụchara ihe niile ikwu na ihe ndị ọzọ kwu okwu hụzi nke ọbụna ọ dịka ọmaha ekwu. Enwe m gọọmenti amarụchi ife niile. And na-ewe ka gọọmenti ga-esi wee partner with other people. Ife a na-aga n'obodo. ekene kwangi maka Ozara Union USA is support anyị ọfụma. Ịma ihe anyị mee, the science building, and the kita anyị na-arụkwa that particular exam hall. Ikwube na diaspora SPA diaspora bụ Mrs. Ola Barrister Ezekwu. When we started that science building, we applied to that office to try to get some kind of recognition, maybe even help. Make us swim. By commission the thing, Yawabia, or the commissioner, SPA Ola Ezekwu, this is Ezekwu. And then after that, the way infamous, then I look at banka, I name it on our own. We're doing a well, if not doable, it will keep we got by you see if when you go in there, it will keep a sewage channel. Now a board of diaspora Ethiopia. Ghana and what other people, organizations not outside. If even a cheer for our state. Especially one on education too, and I like education. If you make a conducive kahana mutife. So, open the way Kaige Suete, Mama, Ikuchago Nehofma, or work a Tiekwa, that they are board of from 100 diaspora. Ege we fund game, or in the organization here, actually, or something. We go through that may registration. If we had maybe a government we give us say, okay, we partner with you guys and they give you some other 20%, 30% of the fund. So go away because I ain't chanting the hair now, but again, we remember to give to our people. So I can even tell you that can obi the maore and equal open and true game if I got a kiss you give me a governor Enugu. Brother, if kind of when you go down.
Thank you, Dr. Okwi. Thank you so much. Okay, let's go to the next Prof. Jerry Chukwu. Share with us your experience, your knowledge, and after that, then we'll go to my co-moderators. We'll have one person that has a question. We will take your question, Bishop. We will take your question too. So Jerry, you have the floor. Unmute yourself.
Okay. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to this forum, His Excellency Frank Nweke.
Thank you, sir.
I will say that I'm very, very satisfied with your presentations or Obia Ebiara Neba today, because and also I am very satisfied with the people who put up questions. So and you go to has said it's not good reinventing the wheel. The wheel already exists. So about a lot of people cover most of my down on security, electricity, and corruption in Enugu State, which is in extent the whole of Nigeria. So mana all these people who are taught on those things, and you give excellent answers. So the only little thing I want to say or ask you, but the way you get your goals. I'm about the academics, we say goal and objectives. So, the way you see, opening in the local government, as Mr. Chuksumbury asked you, I mean, if with a may suppose or whatever, man, how are you going to make sure that they put those money into use? Because it's not only that you allowed the allocations to go to them, but often have crooks, have very wrong people. So what can you tell us here at TGC he made to see that your eyes is for us, as Dr. Professor Ude said, in America here, in any state, the highest person, the chief executive officer in the state, the governor. Well, I'm a governor in any state. Okay, so I suspect it is probably the same thing in Nigeria. And Obi biara bịa gụọ akwụkwọ na Harvard is very impressive. And your exposure is very impressive too. So your objective, the way you can see, making sure that since your goal is to give those local government people money, but it is implemented that they did that. Second one, diaspora people. I'm very impressed. Nema, now Pakistan, India, all these countries say Korafa. Now their diaspora, in fact, Pakistan, what we know, can't exist without the diaspora Pakistan, because that country. But so all the na ibu because all that I na be a lecture on these things, and you go from one ear and go out from the other. But again, they are now a this thing. So that is very encouraging. Mana, what I want to say there, how are you going to open up the diaspora participation in Enugu's governance? Every regime, one individual who never comes back, even to Enugu, USA, to tell us, okay, all we know, I've been seeing name of people, they say they are representatives of Enugu in Nigeria, but I have not seen a presentation they've come back here to make. Okay, so how are you going to make it that open, enlarge the relationship between America and here? Now, I will stop, but let me put one condition. If I start talking about diaspora, people may be, oh, maybe you want to go there. I'll tell you, I told myself, I'm not going to go to Nigeria now because I'm not sure, like myself, I teach in the college, in a higher institution. I'm not sure anyway, the universities in Nigeria that will pay me honest salary, what I'm being paid in America. I plan my own, when I retire, Nigerian universities for free. I brought my own contribution, or name with panel, etc. Okay, the curriculum. If you people invite me, I will come. Thank you. There are a lot of people who want to talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Jerry. Professor Jerry, thank you so much. Honorable, let's have some comments, 2 comments. I want to for question, but let my co-moderators make their comments. Then you can now address everything. Then I'll do the closing remark.
Okay, sir.
Dr. Mrs. Amaka Odu, go ahead and you'll have the floor. Unmute yourself.
Thank you so much, Brother Sonny.
Good.
Please, Mr. Frank, you're going to permit me to address you as His Excellency by faith. I am
Thank you.
impressed with your presentation.
Thank you.
I am very impressed with your knowledge base.
Thank
I am
you.
very impressed with your knowledge of what had happened in Enugu before now.
Thank you, ma'am.
The solutions you have preferred. I don't have questions, I have suggestions.
Thank you.
Suggestions that I believe will give you an edge over what is the usual way of doing business in Enugu.
Okay.
I want to pick up number 4 of your key thrusts, trust, which is human capital development. Everyone at this forum will say that we have heard that so much that it no longer means anything to anybody. Because every leader that comes on says they will do. We even have a Ministry of Human Capital Development. But don't worry, I would suggest you add human capital development and engagement. That segment, engagement, is very crucial. We have a lot of graduates in Enugu. When I worked with Barrister Chime, former Governor Chime, I worked with him at the SSA on diaspora, international resources and special projects. My office was at the Enugu State Community Resource Center. That's where we had USAID before they used it as the SSG's office. And then when we came in, the governor said, we should go there. And in the list of all the things we did there, one of the things we put out that we do is to help graduates get work. Your Excellency, when I come to work in the morning, that place is filled up. You can't even get them to line up because they believe that government is sharing work from there. I had to go to the governor and say, what can we do? And that created a process that was very, very good. We partnered with Commissioner for Youth Development, and we even go to the camp to talk to them about what Enugu State government can do. I've had owners of private sectors like Innocent create opportunities for like 10 or 20 people that we promise for 3 months, government will pay them to work with Innocent. And when they finish and Innocent thinks they are not needed, government will bring them back and put them somewhere else. We've gone with banks and other private and public sectors in Enugu. So that engagement part is very critical, sir. That will keep you out from the pack that talks about human development and not how to engage them after they graduate. That will put food on people's tables. Some of them are first generation graduates. Never any source of income. The little money how we have, well, a gas school, they won't find work. Also, I want to talk about the narcotics that Delichukwu pointed out on. I'm a pharmacist by training. Actually, my specialty is on drug-induced diseases. And what I found out in Enugu, I ran for House of Rep Ujeziago in this past primaries. And what I found out, a woman ran to me, just because he's addicted to drugs. Mana, was that cruel? Ogosicham pictures. Getting high game. So I realized I went to UNTH, I went to Park Lane. I wanted a dedicated drug treatment center or program. It's just an attachment of other things. There is no priority from government or what to do with these people who, because of poverty, find themselves in this River Valley in Ethiopia, end up as drug addicts. We have a drug called naloxone, sir. That drug is an antidote. Here in the United States, we share it for free. And they have helped so many other countries who had the same problem. Why can't we have a rehabilitation center in some of these places, drug rehabilitation center? Because these are human beings who maybe could not find a way. Some of them are even graduates. I'll leave it there. You're very smart. I am very happy with your presentation. I think you know what to do. The other thing in Choi Yogibo, while I was in Enugu working as SSA to the Governor on International Resources, we always had a lot of people from diaspora. I came from diaspora to join Governor Chine. And the question is always, how do they see the governor? How do they show what they have done? Just like Jerry pointed out. Because I didn't have that coordination. We had an SPA in diaspora. If they don't give you the way, if you even go behind and see the governor, it becomes a problem. Record history has shown that no country, no state has made development impact and moved in the right direction without the input from diaspora. I am registered to vote. I call myself, I'm there in Enugu, I'm here in the US when I can. But the diaspora component is very critical. Your Excellency, can we have a diaspora engagement center in Enugu? Is it too much to ask for? I made that recommendation to Ugwai because I also worked with him for a year and a half before I left to come back to US. I couldn't continue for obvious reasons. And that's on that. I think that center is what Jerry is talking about, where diasporans can come in and you get a report directly from that center. And you can invite them to that. That center will make sure it's followed up and our resources are not going in vain. So the other thing I wanted to ask you is this question. And with two ways you feel that we can do better to help you become the next governor of Enugu State. Can you tell us, one, if you guys can do this, two, whatever it is, if it's fundraising, if it's being having boots on ground, if it's that influence, our impact is phenomenal. It's just being minimized by the government because they feel like if you give them that, they probably will take over. I don't see that as that should be an issue. Tell us 2 ways we can help you, sir, to make sure you become the next governor of Enugu State.
Thank you, Dr.
That is for me, sir. I have a lot more to talk about, but in the interest of time, thank you again for coming, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mrs. Amaka Odo. Honorable Nyekwani, a few minutes. My co-moderator, Professor Vitus Ozoke, go add his own input, then you can take all of them. Then I will do the closing remark. Odenibo.
You get it.
Okay, good.
Frank, you said we could call it Frank, right?
Yes, please.
Thank you for coming. I'm going to show you something I showed Edoga last week, because Edoga was sitting on the same chair as you're sitting today. You see this?
Yes.
Frank, if you're
is that
Labour Party?
Obedience.
Labour Party.
Obedience.
I'm an obedient candidate, but I'm a pragmatic obedient.
Yes.
And I'll tell you what that means. What it means is that I have split loyalty. That's what being pragmatic in politics does for you. And at no time in our political history has it been more critical to be pragmatic in the way we handle politics than today, because everything has gone south, not just in Nigeria, but even more particularly in Enugu State. I was in Enugu State in August. I spent two weeks. I cried, I wept. Everything you said about Enugu, I was nodding my head when you were saying all that. You don't need to tell anybody to go and verify. We don't need to verify. We've already verified. Enugu has collapsed. Whoever put Enugu State in the hands of God ridiculed God, because they never got to God. Okay? Now, when Chukuma Soludo got elected governor of Anambra State, I wasn't a big fan of Soludo. My friend was a candidate in that election, and that was the PDP candidate. Yes, he was my friend. We went to school together. We were in the Enugu campus together. So my sympathy was for his candidacy. But then the debates held. Chukuma Soludo knocked it out of the park. He blew everybody away. And of course, he became governor. And when Chukuma Soludo became governor, a day after he won the election, I wrote a piece where I suggested that Chukuma Soludo, given the crop of candidates in the other Igbo states of Abia, Enugu, Imo, and Deboy, that Chukuma Soludo should not be the governor of Anambra State, but should become the governor general of Igbo land. I wasn't happy saying that. As an Enugu man who understands the place of Enugu State in the geopolitical history of Igbo land, of Southeast, that is a position that an Enugu State governor should occupy. So it didn't give me any joy ceding that role, that enviable position to another governor from another state. But that was the reality of that moment. But even as I wrote that piece, I asked myself, looking around the politicians in Enugu State, who is going to be our Chukuma Soludo? In that moment, I didn't even know you existed, Frank. Guess what? Today, we haven't just found a Chukuma Soludo, we have found Chukuma Soludo times 100 in Enugu State.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
That
Thank
is
you.
what.
Thank you so much.
That is what listening to you today has done for me. I will tell you something again. I'm sure that about 80% of the people here were here last Sunday when Edoga was here.
Of course.
Of
course.
Of course. I tell people the truth. Edoga is the candidate of the Labour Party, and I'm a Labour Party guy. But I told Edoga right to his face that I was uninspired by his presentation. And I wasn't the only one who said that. Professor Jerry told him that. Moena told him that. Victor Buluchi told him the same thing. And we are all people who are obedient, who are going to vote for Labour Party if we have the opportunity to do that. So, but today, my friend, you've inspired me.
Thank you, sir.
And I just wish you would become the next governor of Enugu State. Because there is sincerity in your voice. There's transparency in your voice. There is integrity in your voice. Now, but election means people. Election means votes. So we've got to be practical about it. I've listened to everything, we have listened to everything you have said in terms of the program you have. But what we haven't heard is how you are going to get into the Lion building. How do you want to get into Lion building? Because we are all desperate to see you in that building. I will suggest, first of all, start now to push for at least 6 debates with the other candidates. There must be robust debates every week and then a debate. If that happens, you beat them hands down in the debates, and they won't even come close. That I can tell you. Another thing, Bo, you've got to cultivate network with the other APGA big weights. And the two that come to mind, Bo, Chukuma Soludo in Anambra State and our own sister, Bianca Ojukwu. They've got to help your campaign because we need you there. Yelena no tata. I don't want it to go to waste, man. This is big. This is big. So I wish you well, good luck, and I'll pray for you because by praying for you, I am praying for Enugu State because you're the best thing that can be in that building come May 29th, 2023. Good luck.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, Prof. Thank you, Prof. Honorable,
Very well said.
Respond
Thank you,
here to the questions, briefly. Then I will do a closing remark and pose my own question. My question are very, very short.
Thank you,
Go
sir.
ahead.
Thank you, sir. Wow. I'm a bit emotional. Just excuse me for a couple of seconds. Thank you. Thank you so much. Adamu, I'm sorry, I'm just a little emotional. Thank you so much. Let me start with Madam Amaka. Thank you so much for the insights that you provided. And there's something that I often find quite embarrassing. And it's something that has been said to me many times when I've been on radio programs, when I've had interviews. You find ordinary people who say, okay, you sound nice, we like what we're hearing, but this is the way politicians sound. And I find it extremely embarrassing. Because in a way, you can understand the trust deficit between the citizens and government, because there are politicians, there are public office holders that have indeed betrayed that essence of service. We can't deny the fact. And so my embarrassment often arises from the fact that, yes, I acknowledge what they're saying, but how can I say to them, I'm different when I have not had opportunity to be governor and therefore shown that, yes, I am different. And so I take it in my strides and then hope that one would have opportunity as governor to show them that things don't have to be the way they are, that that office and the mandate that comes with it can be respected, and that you can really focus your time on serving the people. So, Madam Amaka, thank you for the suggestion you gave. I'm just going to throw in something. I was the one that established the Community Resource Center that you spoke about. I was the one that worked with United States Agency for International Development, starting from when I was the state coordinator of the Community County Council. That was when it started. And eventually, when I became chief of staff, I continued. So the building, we found it, everything that was needed there. And so I'm just happy that you made reference to it. So it's an area I'm familiar with. And hopefully that will also show you that one has knowledge of these things. And then one is aware of the existence of that center and what it can be deployed for, and what it's done and what it can be deployed for. But again, I never trivialize experience. I would also really like to speak with you offline, get your contacts, because I'm interested in that engagement part of it, how we can make it better, given your experience. And the references you made to Innocent and a few other companies that are there. So it is something that I'm willing to speak some more about, so that one can update my manifesto accordingly. Because like I told you, it's work in progress. I believe that, and that's the essence of some of this interaction. That's the essence of your education, your exposure at that level, global exposure. So I really thank you for the insight you provided. And let me take this opportunity to say that there are some areas which perhaps I should have expounded on, in which I'm greatly interested because of the potential they carry for employment, the potential they carry for tourism and for hospitality, and because of the potential they carry for skills development. And these areas as follows. If you look at Nollywood, the film industry, Enugu, this whole thing started in Enugu. And I think I once read something that Uncle Mo wrote about, which spoke to, I think, Morning in Udi or something, which he said as far back as 1940 something. And which showed that for whatever reason, Enugu has always been in the forefront of some of these things, some of these things in films and movies, and attracted, global attention. But in more recent years, Hollywood, again, started in Enugu with Living in Bondage. Look at it. But the question is, what have we done with it? It has great potential. And even though it started in Enugu, but the Delta State government, Governor Kowa, invited me some months back to address his cabinet. He said he wanted me to talk to them on how to finish strong. I have a relationship with him. So I went there and he was talking to me about the things he had done. And one of the things in Nnoroko was that he has set up a film village. He has set up a film fund. And because he had done that, Nollywood, nationwide, has literally moved to Delta. Simply because somebody established a film village, an opportunity that we had but failed to take. Simply because he created a film fund, an opportunity we had but we failed to take. But you know what? I see Delta as competition. I see Edo State as competition. This is the home of Nollywood. I will bring it back. We will bring it back because a lot of opportunities exist there.
Yes.
So I'm also interested in media and ICT. Again, people often trivialize the media. People often trivialize the media. There's very little you can do if you're not able to communicate and engage with the citizens and other stakeholders, wherever they may be in any part of the world. So that media sector is an area that I will pay strong attention to. And it was an area whose importance that I gained knowledge about when I became Minister for Information. Even though I had no background in journalism, I had no background in information management, I learned on the job. So the media sector, the media and ICT, this is a sector that I believe has great potential for engagement, for employment, for skills development, and all sorts of things. And so another area is fashion and design. There's a young fellow, and there are so many of them here, who has made everything that I wear since I came, since I started spending so much time in Enugu. It's a young fellow. He was born here. He was in school here in Esut. He designs the best clothes you can think about, and he also exports. And there are many of them like that. The same thing you are doing for us. And I said to him once, I said to him, say, Ben, would you be willing to partner with government? And he said, how? For what purpose? I said, you have this large shop. You're doing very well. I can see what you're doing. Would you agree to train and mentor other young people who may want to pursue a career in fashion and design? And what I'm saying to you was part of the initiative. A similar initiative was proposed by Obi Ezekwesili under the education reform sector when we were in the cabinet together, to really identify sectors and people who are doing well, experts in those sectors, very successful people in various sectors, to really help to mentor our young people in skills in those sectors. The other area is photography. Photography, I don't know whether you've observed, you find that today there's a proliferation of photography enthusiasts, across across the country. And I'm saying that we have opportunity to develop some of these soft skills in the state, and then really put young people to work by getting the right people to train them and setting them on a career path, which they have chosen by themselves. So these are very, very important opportunities, and I'm happy to discuss some more with you offline. Like I said, I hope I can maybe through the chairman get your contact. So thank you so much. The issue you spoke about narcotics. I must confess that I didn't advert my mind to that, but it's an extremely important point. And I sort of maybe mentioned it tangentially when I was speaking about the place I went to, Nubo Peak. But in terms of an organized way to really rehabilitate, I believe that a drug rehabilitation center will be useful in Enugu. So that's a suggestion I'm taking from you, and I'm happy to discuss some more about it now. So thank you so much. Now, the very vital question you asked is, how do we organize the diaspora? And I must say that I would have to depend on this diaspora, at least the significant numbers that are here, to really work with me on the best way to do it. And it is a problem because in some cases you might find individuals who want to go ahead of the others, okay? And then conflicts start, and then sometimes you lose, everything gets disorganized. So it's important that even internally, if there's that cohesion, if we can sort of have a conversation on how do we want to do this, and set up the system, set up the structure such that everybody will be accountable to a structure you have jointly and collectively agreed to. When I was in the federal cabinet, two things that President Obasanjo did, and I was in his delegation many times when we meet Nigerians in this diaspora, just sharing his vision, encouraging them to support the government back home. That was when the idea of NIDO, Nigerian Diaspora Organization, was first muted. The other thing that was muted was the Nigerian Volunteers Organization, or so. Some initiative on volunteering and things. And I think the first chaperone that he appointed was the Ambassador Keshi. He made him the first, he was the permanent secretary in the cabinet office. He made him the first chaperone for Nigerians in Diaspora Organization. So I believe that we can actually, just like what Governor Chime did, designate someone as an SPA or whatever, but of cabinet status, who will sit in the state cabinet and who can deal with this diaspora thing. And I explained to you why it is so significant. If there was a way we could aggregate the remittances of Enugu diaspora back to the homeland, you see that it is a significant social safety net, which we have not recognized fully, and because we've not been able to quantify it. And we've not been able to quantify it because we've not been able to monitor it and to measure it. So it's an area that I'm actually very much interested in, because the way you support people back home. But of course, like I said earlier, the significant opportunity the state has to harness your expertise. I mean, look at the suggestions that you have all given. Look at what my dear sir, Mr. Dilichukwu said about security, and look at the issues on pension and other things. Look at the questions on Land Use Act. Look at all these things are there. And so these resources are there. The question is, how do we harness it in a coherent manner? So I'm going to take you up on your offer to really help me update that aspect of my agenda for the benefit of everyone. So now, the question you asked me, thank you so much. I'm so happy that you were kind enough to really ask how you can help. And I'll tell you the first one that is critical to me. I'm really, I'll be pleased to really share the detailed manifesto with this team or anybody who would like to have a look. It's on my website, Frank Nweke II.com. It's there. But I'm happy for you all to look at sectors of your expertise and suggest to us areas that you believe we can improve to achieve more practical results and to really be able to refine our propose interventions much better. That is my first need, because this is like a consultation of sorts as well. So I'm happy to gain that expertise. And number two, of course, I'm happy that you spoke about fundraising. It is a significant problem. If you come to Enugu today, we just managed to put up some billboards. We're struggling in so many ways, to pay for our announcements on radio, to pay for our jingles, because a lot of the funding has come from me. A lot of the funding is also coming from a few friends who understand. And let me tell you something that will blow your mind, an experience that I had. Look at this. Listen to this for a moment. When I emerged as APGA candidate, I received a lot of calls. But one of the most important calls I received was from a Yoruba guy. He was my junior in university and a close friend to my late brother who passed last year. And he said to me, "Sir, Uncle Frank, I saw your name. I wanted to confirm, is it true?" I said, "What do you mean, is it true?" He said, "Well, there's a lot of fake news in this season." I said, "It is true." He said, "Can I support you, sir?" I said, "I would love that." He said, "How?" I said, "No." He said to me, "Don't worry about it. I like to support you financially." I said, "Wow, that's fine." The next question he asked me is, "When am I coming to Lagos?" And I said, "Maybe in a week or two." He said, "Can you be more specific?" I said, "Okay, about next weekend, I'll be in Lagos." On that weekend, I'd forgotten. He called me and said, "Uncle Frank, did you make it?" I said, "Yes, I came. I did make it to Lagos." He said, "Can I see you?" I said, "Yes, you can see me." So he came to the hotel where I was. And when he came, he said, "I would really like to support you, sir. I want to commit to funding your campaign to the tune of 100 million. A Yoruba person, my junior, brother to my late brother, a friend to my late brother. And he said to me, "Please, when next are you coming to Lagos?" I said, "Maybe I will only come to Lagos on a need basis." He said, "Just give me, let's have a date." And so I took like 3 weeks. A week to the 3 weeks, he said, "Please confirm you're coming." I said, "Yes, I'm coming." He said, "Okay, please, can you host me to dinner? And I want you to host me about 15, together with about 14 or 15 others." I said, "Okay, I'll do it." And I hosted him and his friends. They came. They all came. 13 people showed up. And only one person was an Igbo person amongst them. And he said to me, "Frank, please take us through what you'd like to do as governor." I stood up and I spoke to them. At the end of the day, he stood up. I said, "Well, gentlemen, this is my brother. He's my senior brother, even though he's an Igbo man." And described the relationship he had with my late younger brother when they were in school. And he said to them, "I've known his family for 25 years. Some of you also remember him when he was minister." And he went on and on and on in ways that flattered me so much. And he said to them, "I had on your behalf 3 weeks ago committed that we will raise 100 million. These were all Yoruba people except one person, Anambra. Some weeks after that, he called me and said, "Please, when next are you in Lagos? I'd like you to host us another dinner." So I jokingly said, "The one that I hosted, you guys haven't paid for it yet." He said, "Please host us another dinner." But when I returned to Lagos, At that point in time, they had mobilized 57,500,000. And he said to me, give me an account. But there was something they said. Said, yes, we live in Lagos, we're Yoruba people, or we know you. You may be an example to other people about what can happen in government. Give me your track record. And that touched me. And I christened them the Lagos Super PAC. And I said, just like what Chinua Achebe said, that it was the responsibility of enlightened citizens to lead the way in the discovery of good leaders and to support them. And I christened them, I said, the Lagos Super PAC. So thank you for that question you asked me. The campaign can do with a lot of financial support. We have a budget that I created that we put up even before the race started, because I needed to know what our needs would be. We tried to manage ourselves as much as possible. We don't have the kind of funding that the PDP has for obvious reasons, but we're not deterred because I believe in the power of ideas. And so we're pushing as hard as we can. And then even the sheer opportunity we have in talking to you and having you ask that question, no matter what happens, I will be eternally grateful. My party chairman, my running mate, members of APGA will be eternally grateful. So funding is an issue. Then number 3 is your suggestion, boots on the ground. Yes, our people are a little skeptical. A lot of people are cynical. They believe, no, PDP has been around for so long. But let's not forget, when P2OB was elected, power of PDP in this state, my former boss, President Obasanjo, could literally do and undo. And yet, Ndebanye voted for an APGA candidate to emerge. Not only did they vote, they didn't stop there. They also voted in Imo for an APGA candidate to emerge, even though it was a PDP state. Enugu, it is possible for us to get elected here. I'm convinced in my heart that this is very feasible. And sometimes even when I get worried, I must confess, in my sober moments, and when I pray, I'm again encouraged. So I'm determined to push to the last. And I'm even further encouraged tonight listening to all of you, your kind words of encouragement and inspiration. And so these 3 areas, how do we improve the manifesto, the agenda, make aspects of it more practical? Secondly, how do we, this funding support, fundraising? If I need to come out to America, I'm happy to come out to America. Anywhere you want me to come, I'm happy to come, again, to talk to more people and to whatever else you'd like me to do. The issue of boots on the ground, you have significant influence with people back home. So please, we need to help educate, we need to help encourage, we need to help really, strengthen them to say, look this way, the other way. So thank you, Madam Amaka. Professor Vitus Ozoke, you brought tears to my eyes. Because clearly what has happened with me is that I've chosen to take the road less traveled. The entire political class, oh no, it's not possible to do this. Oh, we know things are not moving. Oh, we don't like this man. Oh, we need to change it, but you know these people, you know these people, you know these people. Well, fine, that's okay, it's their choice. But I'm convinced in my heart that if you don't venture, there can be no success. And things often seem impossible until it is done. These were the words of Nelson Mandela. So I've chosen to take this path with great courage. I've chosen to take this path with deep faith in God, that nothing is impossible. I've chosen to take this path because I believe it's the best path to take for the interests of not just Enugu, but Igbo, believing that ultimately we must speak with one voice. You can't talk about regional integration without building a common political platform. There has to be political cohesion in our sub-region. So having someone in Enugu, having somebody in Ebonyi, there's another nice gentleman who is in Ebonyi. He's there, Professor Bernard Odo, very well prepared. I like him a lot. And I believe that he holds great promise for Ebonyi people. If we're able to have 3 states out of 5, or 4 states out of 5 as APGA, it will be easy for us to really promote regional integration. It should be easier for us to pull funds together, as a group to really make things happen and embark on signature projects which will help to really link our states and our region. And let me also tell you people something else. President Obasanjo is a statesman. He's a statesman. Chieke. I remember when I went to tell him that I was running for office. The first question he asked me was, is it zoned to your place? Why he asked me that question was because in 2007, to prepare to leave office, he wanted me to run and to become governor of Enugu State. But I explained to him that we have a fairly stable zoning arrangement. And even though he was upset, he said, no, you have to do this, you've done this. I said, Mr. President, it is not, I know you can do it, but I don't think it's right. That was why he asked me that question, is it your turn? But he went on to say something to me. He said to me, no, Frank, you work with me, and I know you will do well as governor. But he said to me, if you don't do well as governor, I will pray that God will punish you. He said that to me. He said, God will punish you. God will punish you. But I know you will do well. And then he said to me, if the Igbos will only come together, if you can emerge in Enugu, as Chukwuma has emerged in Anambra, and another person emerges in Anambra, in Ebonyi, Igbos do not need Nigeria. Nigeria will come looking for you. This was what a former president said. Let me also tell you something else that might surprise you. He's been working on an Igbo presidency for over 3 to 4 years. And I was involved. Because he kept saying to me that if your people don't have a chance to take a shot at the presidency and actually realize it, that might be the end of Nigeria. And because of that, he will send me around the country. Sent me to go and see the Obi of Onitsha. He sent me to go and see Bishop Chukwuma, see Jim Obodo, see Mbazulika Amechi, see Bishop Obinna of Owerri, see Bishop Valerie Okeke of Onitsha, see Iwanyan. He was always looking for a way to bring our people together, to see if we could narrow down to 1 or 2 persons, so that we're saying this is who we're standing behind. He would send me to see Mr. Peter Obi, former governor, Umahi, the rest of them, and some other prominent northerners whom he trusted that would share the vision that he had for the country, especially the older statesmen. I call them the guardians of the nation. And he was doing this and doing this and doing this. We had a series of meetings. And today, to the glory of God, there's a great opportunity. There's a great opportunity. And so even though APGA has a presidential candidate, to borrow the words of Professor Vitus, I'm also a pragmatist. I am convinced in my heart and my soul that our greatest chance is in Peter Obi. If you look at it in terms of capacity, I'm convinced that he has greater capacity than the other people. If you look at it in terms of competence, I think he has demonstrated it in the course of his governorship to some extent. I believe that if you talk about character, I think again, on a scale, on a balance, I believe he's way ahead of these other 2 gentlemen put together. So I'm happy to hear that. That is where my heart also is. The vision is very, very clear. And I pray that the good Lord would help him and help me and help us to get him to the promised land, and also help me and get me to the promised land. I wish I could tell you positively that we are receiving the support that you like from Governor Soludo. Not at this time. If it is going to change, I will let you know. But for now, I have to be frank enough with you to tell you that at this time, we have not received the support that I believe that someone like me, that if I was a sitting governor under APGA, there were people and opportunities that exist currently in the Southeast, I think that I would do things a bit differently. But at this time, we are not. And I have to be open about it. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to pretend. So if there are those of you who know him, who can reach him, and who can convince him, who know that. And this is in spite of the fact that I was in the federal cabinet with him. That's it.
Okay. All right.
So Professor Vitus also asked, how do I intend to get into the Lion building? Well, first of all, by putting myself forward and getting nominated as a candidate, I'm here now. But of course, I know the perspective that you are talking about. It's not a picnic by any standards at all. And we're trying our best. by expanding, by trying to reinforce our structure at the grassroots aggressively, by trying to expand our membership aggressively, by also trying to share our thoughts as much as possible through radio, through social media. It's not been easy. And with all the constraints we have, we're doing our utmost best. But again, sir, I'm happy to receive ideas, thoughts on things you believe we can do better, we can do differently to really give us an edge. And lastly, I'm looking forward to the debates. They do come. Every group that have approached me, we have said yes, yes, yes. I hope that my competition, my colleagues would also feel up to it and therefore show up. So I tried to engage Lady Bianca Ojukwu. Spoken a few times, we've exchanged some chats. I pray that in the coming weeks and months that we can see even greater support from them. But at this time, we've just been exchanging chats. For now, it's their best wishes that we can depend on at this time. Well, thank you so much for your kind words. God bless you all. I'm sorry if I've taken too much time. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. We have one question. After the question, then I'll do the closing remark.
That's fine.
Unmute yourself. You're still muted. Nabwenyi, are you still there? Nabwenyi? I believe, is he out or what? Nabwenyi? Are you partner? Okay. Allow me. Yeah. Unmute Nabwenyi. Ask him to unmute. Okay, unmute yourself. You did. Can you do that? You did? Did it not? Because he sent a message. Okay, let me just Nabwenyi, you're not there. Let me okay, we have is that the deputy governor candidate? The deputy governor candidate is here. Can you unmute yourself?
Oh, wow.
I don't even know the name. Is it Galaxy? Galaxy Neo? Okay, speak up. Can you unmute yourself? Let me try Galaxy. Galaxy Neo. That's the Galaxy Neo, the one you just let in. Can you, everybody can unmute? Galaxy, you can unmute yourself and speak to us. Is she there? Hello, I can hear a voice. Jerry, you can unmute yourself. Unmute yourself, Jerry, don't call. Unmute yourself. I can hear you. Unmute yourself, Jerry.
Okay.
Prof. Jerry, okay, good. What is the name? Talk to me, talk.
Omo.
Yes, get it the name.
Okay, that VP answer now, but purposely.
Okay, mba. I made a proposal.
After he did to Guan.
Odro, do you have anything at any name waiting? No, nobody's waiting. Nobody's waiting. Nobody's waiting. Nabwenyi is not responding also. Okay. All right, let me take the floor. Honorable Frank Nweke Jr. Who? Nabwenyi is unmuted. Why can't he unmute? No, let me do the closing remark. Okay. Not here. Okay. Honorable Frank Nweke, thank you so much for the time you spent with us and for all the information you gave us. Nigerian American Democracy Institute is a non-partisan group, but we are the members. That does not mean that members don't have who they support, but as an organization, we do not give endorsement. What we do is actually cause democratic activities. We cause democratic activities, we advance democracy, we deepen democracy, we create that competitive field whereby candidates can interact with the voters and voters will be able to make up their mind better. So thank you so much for all the information you gave us. I mentioned earlier about PDP, all the candidates having root in PDP. To me, you all are like siblings of one parent, maybe different mothers, okay? And the contest we want in Enugu, we want it to be very competitive. It is not something a party can do for you. It's going to be the individual. What is it you're going to do? What is it you're going to commit? Just like you have committed to us today that you will not touch the funds of local government. Yes, we're trying to get the two other candidates to come in and make those commitments. Tell us what they want. We offer them some advice. They will gain some supporters, just like you did today. Then one other thing is, personally, I don't support zoning. I don't think Igbo people should be talking about zoning, even though we're in Nigeria and it's the system. I do not support zoning, okay? Because Igbos are competitive. We are rugged Republicans. We have that can-do attitude. That's how I raise my kids, okay? You have to be the first, not the last, and you have to compete to do that, okay? I'm gonna read you a little passage, which I'm sure you're very familiar. It says, Amalinze was the great wrestler who for 7 years was unbeaten from Umuofia to Mbaino. He was called a cat because his back would never touch the earth. It was this man that Okonkwo threw in a fight, which the old men agreed was one of the fiercest fights since the founder of their town engaged the spirit of the wild for 7 days and 7 nights. I'm sure you're familiar with this. Yes. So the question is, are you going to be Okonkwo or are you going to be Amalinze? You don't have to answer. Where I am going to, if we invite you for a debate, are you going to show up?
Yes.
That is yes.
With pleasure.
Thank you so much. Having gotten your commitment, we already have a commitment from Honorable Edoga. We will be trying to talk to Honorable Naji and Dr. Mba in the coming weeks, and we will get the same commitment. Then we will arrange for the debate. If you guys want it in the Zoom, if you want it, we can arrange it in Enugu. I will be in Enugu sometime in November. But even if I'm not there, we can get things done, okay? So we want you people to be able to compete. You're good, all of you started in PDP, but you're no longer in PDP. So everybody put their party aside. Tell us what you will do for us, how you will do it. Then, like they said, the devil is in the details. We will ask you questions. Put your feet to fire. Iron sharpen iron. We need the sharpest pencil in the park to be in government house. We're tired of Ojebego. Enugu is too important in Nigeria for the sort of Ojebego that happened the past 8 years. We need something better. So on behalf of Nigerian American Democracy Institute, we thank you very well for the time you have come to spend with us. The tape, every discussion here is recorded. We will send you a copy. We will not make a copy public. If anything gets public, it's from you. We're going to send you a copy. Okay, whatever you want to do with it is up to you. After we have spoken to all the candidates, we will post everything in our website for public consumption. Okay, so so thank you so much, and we wish you all the best in campaign. Individually, people will support you, but our organization cannot because of our status. We operate in United States and we operate in Nigeria. Okay, so thank you once again, and we wish you all the luck. If you need any contact for any of those people that spoke, we will make it available to you. If you need anything else, just let us know. So we wish you luck and wait for our call for a debate. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I'm grateful. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Well done.
Well done. Well done.
We have a lot of people here. Let's go. So it's open for discussion now. So
Okay. I want to talk about Jerry. Jerry
is excited.
Jerry has refused to give up. Now I know why. And I
Jerry
feel
is excited. He picked a very good horse in the race.
I'm very proud of him. Very
he will not let us rest. Jerry, now I know why.
But unfortunately, the dog, the running mate, couldn't come in.
Couldn't come in. Oh, well, that's fine. We
Oh,
know her.
One question I have is this.
Go ahead.
For this our forum, are we planning on bringing in, let's say, the senatorial candidates?
We will bring in anybody that is possible, including the presidential candidates.
In fact,
okay.
Dr. Amaka is working on it.
Because Dr. Amaka, I was speaking to the APGA senatorial candidate that was running on this guy's Madu's position.
Okay.
Enechionya, yes.
Yes.
He said he's available anytime we want him to come in. I even read his manifesto where he suggested that if anyone is caught taking bribe or embezzling money, that the person should face a firing squad.
Wow.
Yes, it's in his manifesto. He said because all this nonsense about sharing money and embezzling money for Enugu State, that the thing is kind of so stupid, and he's just tired of it. He ran before against Madu.
Okay.
I think he lost because the former president then canceled that election.
Okay.
Before it was concluded. I was in Nigeria when that thing happened. So he said he wasn't going to run again. If he's going to run, it's going to be for Guba area. But this time around, he decided to throw his hat in again. So I asked him, I said, will he be available to come into our forum?
Yes. The only thing is that if we invite him, then we invite the rest of the candidates.
No, that's not the problem.
The PDP candidate, we invite the Labour candidate, then we invite the APC candidate, for fairness.
Yeah.
No.
That's a great
advantage.
That's a great thing to do. That would be fantastic for us to do.
Yeah, I think we should invite everybody.
Okay. Yes, everybody, yes.
No, we need to throw it open for them, for whoever wants to come in, to let us know that he wants to come in.
But no, I have to be sincere. Frank did exceptionally well. He threw me off. He did very well. And that's the type of quality dialogue we need.
Exactly.
Quality interaction. And he makes the candidate better. He makes us better. Whoever is listening or whoever will come across this tape will be better informed.
Exactly.
I have a question. Yeah, I have a question.
Go ahead.
I know that Nigerian American, this group cannot raise funds for anybody. Those of you that have listened to Frank Mba, I have asked about him before. My PA tells me it's funding that is the problem. You understand? Everyone has spoken to speaks very good of him. So I'm asking some of you that attended today, if any of you are interested in helping him with fundraising. I just asked the question. I have no prior arrangements before this.
Yeah, no, we can do that. Just like
we can actually create a WhatsApp forum where people can actually put money together. Please.
No, what we said is that the organization, but individually, of course, I'm going to donate to his campaign for sure. What we need to do, we have a list here. We're going to reach out to everybody. Then somebody will spearhead it. Then we take it up from there. So we will help. Look at what we're doing is this. We want the people, Nigerian American in Nigeria and Nigerian American in America, to experience democracy how it should be. And those things, you don't do that. Whatever you do, whatever you teach, you have to put some funding individually. Okay, we're working on monitoring the election, registering with INEC and all those things. If it's not too complex, we'll be able to accomplish that. And when we do that, we station people that can collect data on how the election is done, how the election can be better, educate ourselves, have that reservoir of knowledge and data that we collect for us to use. So these are exactly what we're about. But individually, oh my God, I was a member of PDP before, not anymore. And we are political animals. So we will support whoever we feel will be more comfortable to be in that our government house. And Frank ranks the high. From what I have seen is on the record. And we can, they say go verify, so we can verify it. Go ahead, Prof.
Prof. Sonny. Oh, well, you know, through them, that is, then we can form a parallel WhatsApp.
Sure.
So that co-contradicts Nigerian American, or they parallel on the side, but or bringing we have you want
yes, no, that we can do that. It's doable.
Prof, one more thing. I had a couple of people from London that actually have been wanting. One of them joined us the last time. You understand?
Okay.
That I know that are very highly interested in who becomes the next governor, the right candidate, like we're also doing. So I may have to discuss that with you if we work with them to organize this kind of outing.
Okay.
Sunday Britain, Imago Germany, anywhere in the Enugu.
Yes.
So
Expanded
that's why it can be compounded, so we can yield better results.
No,
I mean, he's willing to buy into even building a diaspora engagement center for us. I know it's easy, but that's something that government can easily do like this. And clear all this thing about Kedonia Neba or Cholifonia and not Cholifonia and all that. So I think we have a lot to gain. Security.
Yes. I know.
And he's talking with records, even more records than Peter Obi.
Yes, the guy, he did well. He almost.
You have a suggestion.
Prof. Go ahead, Delichiku. Go ahead, Delichiku.
You know, Imana, Odika, we might need to just be patient. Let's go through the list.
Go ahead, Delichiku.
See their strengths and their weaknesses, so that if we are now shifting the pillars, we will know where we are positioning them. The idea is also that we will be able to do a kind of due diligence to harvest the best of the minds and strength. Politicians are lethal, and they can convert stones to bread. However, we need to see it in, allow it to imago when we look cogitate is it
yes.
So let's finish the list, at least the ones who are serious. And I am managing forever when a host. We have at least some months to the election. Yes. So Obon and we're very serious. We may that we are not politicians like Frank Nweke. Frank is a witty person. He's been around. He knows what.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes,
go ahead.
please.
So, like we know, major media houses in the US would finally make an endorsement, like the editorial boards of major newspapers. So my thoughts are, after we listen to the rest of the candidates, could we make an endorsement? Because an endorsement from this organization, this body, will resonate with people at home when they hear that we made this effort to listen to all the candidates, deliberated on all they have to tell us. I was not there last week, but 2 more are coming. But I've been in, on interview panels. One will come and wow you. I am totally wowed. He has all the pedigree to wow anybody. But because I don't even know the other one, so I don't even know how they are going to blow my mind.
Yes.
But if they come and underperform, that's on them, not on me. So my thinking is, at the end of it all, I don't think it's out of place, because this is a body that people at home should now go to as a resource place. What do you think? Who did they endorse? It will make a large, great impact on their campaign, even if we don't do it in October. I don't know when the last interview will be. Sometime in November, to give them enough time to, benefit from the endorsement, because that's what Washington Post does. That's what Boston Herald does. All those big names in the US. I think it would be a good idea. And then it give us also the traction for other people to come to us in diaspora to help weigh in on, because this is a beautiful template. Have people come, maybe we can even do the debate on something like that. That's my thought.
No, your thoughts are good. It's a doable. Let me address that. It's very doable. Look at what we do. Initially, we had wanted to, after the interview, we published the recorded part. On a second thought, after some consultation, we said that we hold it, because when you make it public, you get good information, you get bad information. We don't want to injure any candidate. So what we do is we get the recorded the candidate to do whatever they want to do, while we retain the recorded version as part of the content for this organization. The same thing too, after we talk to 4 of the candidates, we can come together, decide on who is the best, make endorsement, but we're not going to make endorsement in the name of this organization because of the legal status of the registration. You cannot get funding when you are partisan. You have to be non-partisan to get funding. Okay. So even though that you are partisan, they have Democratic or Republican Institute. They are partisan, but they will tell you they are not partisan, and they will not endorse candidate, because when you endorse candidate, it's now showing that you're partisan. So they still get 501c3, and they still get funding. Okay. You see that? So what we will do is that when we gather those information, we can pivot to any organization or any name and make the endorsement based on the information that are here. We can pivot and make that endorsement. Okay. But the only thing is that it will not be in the name of Nigerian Democracy
Institute.
Nigerian American Democracy Institute. It will not be under that name. It could be on any other name. But the information that we basing the endorsement on is on this site. We can always cite his interview, his Zoom meeting on this day. He said this. We can do that. Okay. Okay. And I think we should do that without running afoul of the law.
Yes.
Okay.
One question.
Prof, just to add to what you just said, sir. Even at the debate, I know that the Catholic Church, the churches in Enugu or in Enugu State are keyed into this election, and they will have a wonderful opportunity to listen to all the candidates. They are also aware that there are some incumbent attempts to position a candidate in favor of another one because Enugu is perceived to be a domiciled state for PDP. But this platform can give Enugu State that option to hear what these guys are bringing on board. And then we tell people like people who got one like this, if finish here, only when I'm able to be. Because he PDP, and scammers have Nasanishi. Well, our scholar now, so anyway, the platform, have an excellent thing, and I'm sure the clergy, the market people, they will pick it and run, and that get me in such a way that they will be made to address or respond not just in English but in Igbo, because the average voter, I'm on TV, but how many help in Igbo? I broadcast on radio and TV. I publicize they will take home something. That's my opinion. Thank you, sir.
No, the debate issue is very good. We will we'll be able to arrange debate. Usually, debate takes different organizations. It could be 2, 3, 4, 5 organizations coming together if they are of the same goal. Okay, but what we are doing in this our organization is, if all of them agree for debate, okay, if we had to do it ourselves, we will do it. The guarantee is that every candidate will have a level playing field. The problem with Nigeria is they cannot maintain a level playing field because somebody wants to influence something or the other, project their candidate and so no. If we want to do it in Zoom, we bring 4 of them in Zoom, mute everybody, get a panel of people that will ask the questions, and they will just go at it. So the debate issue, if they agree, we are willing to go ahead with it. And it doesn't.
Okay, one question I have, Prof. One question I have, for those remaining in the forum. Is there anyone among us that has the number to either the PDP chairman's phone number or Mbaz's number or the other guy's number? Yes, so that if you can call, I'll make the calls just like I did with one for APGA. I'll make the call to get them committed because we don't have time.
Yes, we need them on Sunday.
To meet with them. We need them this coming 2 Sundays. Once we're done, then now it's easier for us to set up a day for the debate.
Yes.
Because now we've heard from 4 of them. But if we can't hold them accountable this next 2 weeks.
If we can get one next Sunday, the other one next Sunday, then we'll go for debate.
If anyone has a number for
it doesn't have to be 1. It has to be 3.
Exactly.
A series of debates.
If anyone has a number to the PDP chairman in Enugu State or even to the other guys, chairman,
I have their numbers. I'm going to send it to you, Chris.
Send it to me. I'll call them.
Yes, I have the number to PDP chairman. I have the number to Peter Mba. I'm going to send it to you.
Send it to me. I'll make the calls
on
myself.
our behalf.
Yes, I'll call them myself and tell them, look, we need them this Sunday and next Sunday. Pick one. I'll let them know the time. If anyone is waving.
Okay, bye.
I don't know if she's waving that she wants to talk or she's waving that she's leaving. One of the two.
I'm leaving. I just sent a note. I have
okay.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Oh, Emeka, you still can hear?
Oh, James.
Emeka?
Sam Kanya.
Can you in Nigeria? How are things going in Enugu?
Well,
any new? How are the candidates doing from you on the ground?
Well, they are gradually building momentum.
Okay.
So hopefully, we'll make informed decision as the time progresses.
Only two became their manifesto now.
Exactly.
Mba
In fact,
and
in fact, only Mba made his manifesto clear. Only Frank Nweke made his manifesto clear. The other Labour candidates. Yes, so also Frank Nweke made his manifesto very clear. So he came out very clear.
Listen to it.
So manifesto, more than 15 pages.
What I mean is that what I mean is he on this platform, we are here to have his manifesto on our platform. So far so good. In the NG manifesto, yeah, is also Frank Nweke, and it's so very explicit.
No, Nenugu on the street. Mba manifesto Mba puta Nenugu and then Frank puta Nenugu.
Manifesto 3 days ago.
Okay. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Yes. It's all right. It's been a long hours of interaction here.
No, we spent a lot of time, and it was so good that nobody wants to leave.
Exactly.
It kept everybody spellbound. It was good. He prepared. He's prepared too.
I think the first one did not prepare very well. Edoga.
The problem with the Edoga was that when we spoke to him, he said he was ready.
He was ready. He said he
was ready. He said that when we talked to him, he said
he said the campaign hasn't started. That's why we said it's a meeting. He said the campaign hasn't started. So, But we're going to hear from Nnaji and Mba. Then we'll be able to, by then they would have released their manifesto. Then the next thing is to talk about debate. So we'll see if we can get them together to debate.
Candidates?
Well, we can finish with the governorship for the time before we step into the senatorial.
The senatorial we can start, as soon as we finish this, because we still have quite a bit of time.
Yes.
Senatorial, we can even do them in a week, because we can run this weekday too. It doesn't have to be on Sunday. We can run weekdays and let them come and tell us what they will do in Abuja. It's interesting. Yeah, I would like to get Chimaroke Nnamani, Dr. Nnamani to come.
That would be beautiful.
No, he will come. Yeah, I'll get him to come. Have you, Emeka, have you been in his space on WhatsApp?
No.
Oh, he was holding space in WhatsApp before they ran him out of.
You mean on Twitter? You mean on Twitter?
Yeah, on Twitter. He holds space on WhatsApp. Ebano.
Wow.
Ebano. Okay. He has Ebano TV too.
Okay, I'll look out for it.
Yeah, but I think since he was harassing Obi people and the Obi people were harassing him.
He should step it down, Pico.
Yeah, so they were harassing him badly. So I support the people. So I endorsed him. I told them they should vote for him to go to Senate. Okay. So they were not obedient people were not very happy with that. But I think it's the guy running there is Oyibo somebody. I don't know who he is. He hasn't said anything. Peter Obi needs somebody with gravitas in Abuja.
Honestly, that has presence.
Yeah, he needs somebody with gravitas. Then some people told me that Naroke did that. I said it's in the past. That was as a governor. He's not running for a governor again. So yes. I believe with his knowledge and experience, if he goes to Senate, I think he will do very well for Enugu State. And if Peter Obi wins, he's going to do well for him too.
Yes,
that's just my opinion,
You're saying that Chimaroke will do well for Enugu?
Dr. Amaka?
I wanted to say a last comment. Chimaroke wins, he will do well for...
I'm just saying that if he goes to Senate, he will do well if Peter Obi wins. Because I don't know the people running over there. Somebody they call Oyibo.
No, I'm asking, was it because of Obi that he didn't do well? He's been in Senate now. This is not his first time.
No. I'm just saying that he will be better than whoever is running in Enugu East.
Okay.
Yeah. No, but he's doing well in Senate, though. If you look at his record, he's doing well. At least he's the only senator that opposed the anti-social media bill. Yeah, you're aware of that? He's the only senator that opposed it.
Okay.
And eventually the bill did not go through. And if you go to his space, you listen to his ideas, you know, he's very versatile. And that's what you need in Senate.
He's very smart and versatile,
yeah. So he's a very smart guy. So, you know, but I'm not saying, you know, he's not going for governor again. So, because that would be a different body.
Good question.
Go ahead.
The destiny, of course, is that Imago case governorship election in Enugu. The sitting governor picks who is going to be the next person. And then they will use intimidation and harassment. They run everybody else out and put their preferred in by not voting. They did that in the primaries.
It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen in the election now. They know that.
Why do you think so? Why do you say so?
It's not a matter of saying so.
Yeah,
go monitor, go to Enugu, USA. Go to Enugu, USA now and go to Wawa and look at the people that are supporting Peter Mba and people supporting Edoga, people supporting Frank, and look at their arguments. You find out that nobody is beating their chest that anybody is incumbent. No. It's going
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm running. I have another meeting. Bro,
okay. Bro, thank you so much.
Jerry is living
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have one victory today.
Okay, Jerry. Have a wonderful evening.
Yeah, my candidate is so
Your
bright.
candidate is super.
Yes. I wanted a grade. Okay, because I will put him under 50 or the below D. But my band is in the A level.
Oh, no, A zone. A zone.
But the guy is feeling weight. Yeah, he's feeling weight.
Unanimous. Anyway, okay. Good night, everybody. Come on.
All right, thank you.
I have to leave too.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you for
coming.
coming.
Contact in the OB for whatever you get there, we'll work on it.
Yeah, we'll get that over.
Yes.
Okay, Prof. I'll have to leave too. I'm waiting for. I'll wait for those numbers.
I'm gonna send it to you now. I'm gonna send it to you now.
Okay,
so you can follow through.
Once I get it, I'll call him tomorrow because it's past midnight
okay, good.
now.
Oh, yeah. Wonderful. I'll send it to you.
All right. All right. Good night.
Lilichuku, my brother, can you? Okay. Let me just end the whole thing. Let's go. Okay. I'm gonna catch you phone, everybody. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. I'm gonna end it.